Hello, everybody. Welcome. And I'm Mark Reed, and today we're going into yes, again, exorcisms. I see the exorcism talk starting in the chat. Now, this is one of my sort of pet peeves, um, outrageous injustices that I think is perpetrated upon humankind. This idea that special people have special abilities and that you've got to sort of get demons out. The reason why it's one of my pet peeves is because there's been a lot of damage and a lot of disastrous things caused in the past. People trying to do exorcisms, ending up starving or killing the poor people that they're trying to help, and it's been documented that these people have had, in the case of um, Annalise Michel, who is the basis for the exorcism of Emily Rose, that they ended up having dissociative epilepsy, and a lot of the time it is just a case of these people just needing help, but not the help that the Catholic Church is providing. Um, they talk a lot, they talk a big game, but provide very little evidence that this thing is actually going on. And this is an interview. First warning, it is from Daily Wire, so it's absolute trash. I think that one of the guys is Michael Knowles, um, who is a right-wing commentator, as far as I know. I'm not really familiar with the right. I'm not really a political commentator, so I couldn't say. But the other guy is a sort of he's a Catholic priest that claims to have this amazing ability to drive out demons, etc., etc. I'll just look up who he is just quickly. I did have his name down, but the very Reverend Daniel Rehill, the very Reverend. Now, I thought this was like, I looked at it and went, because I don't know that much about the Catholic Church. To be honest with you, I don't know that much about any church. To be perfectly blunt, I really don't. Um, I think that um, um, yeah, now I looked at and went, very reverend. Who are they trying to fool? What are they? Apparently, that is a title in the Catholic Church. You get um, the Reverend, then the Very Reverend, then the Most High Reverend, and it's just, what are you guys doing? Like, seriously, it's like, you know, seriously, I don't know what's going on there. Video is a bit choppy. Am I choppy? Am I choppy? What's going on? What? Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna run a few tests. Um, yeah, it seems to be fine on my end. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna run a few tests. Let's do a speed test. Okay. Hmm. I feel like sharing my speed test results. 40 megabits or so up. That's fine. That's fine. Ah, I do apologize. What I might do is duck out of this thing and then back in, see if that clears it up. Give me 1 second and I will do that. Is it still choppy or have I got some stability? Uh, you could legally sign your name as Reverend Rodney. That's actually awesome. I'm actually a little jealous. Froze again? Hmm. Hmm. Seems fine. Maybe it's on YouTube end. It could be on YouTube end. Well, let me know. Thanks, Big Bad Mama, Human Girl, Pinworm. Um, Yeah. Time Lord, thank you for letting me know. If it does, no, there's nothing using my resources. Uh, Nothing that I know of, anyway. All right, I mean, we all know. Well, I'm not sure if we all know, but Chrome is a greedy program, a greedy program. I'm just going to close down a few like Discord and stuff, see if that frees up. No, the memory's fine, CPU's fine. Um, it did spike a little while back. Yeah, okay, interesting. I wonder where that spike came from. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, it seems to be fine. Seems like AOL days. Oh, come on now, that's just rude. That's just rude. All right. Well, yeah. Where was I? Yeah, um yeah, these priests doing exorcisms. It really is fun and games. This clip kind of, or this video in general, I slimmed it down. I really, the Pope apparently, Time Lord, the Pope apparently, he's not happy at me calling the entire exorcism a farce. Um, oh, when I move around a bit, it gets choppy. Interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. It should be fine now. If it was like CPU lag, it should be absolutely fine now. Um, yeah, yeah. But the Pope apparently, yeah. So these Catholic priests are still doing exorcisms, and this is an interview with somebody that apparently is high enough in the Catholic Church to be the very reverend. I don't know what makes him very reverend. It's probably got something to do with you know, do some hand gestures. I'll do you some hand gestures, Brie. I'll do you some hand gestures. Is that enough? Like I've got a hand gesture right here for you. Yeah, okay. That test complete. Okay, we've exorcised the demon from my interwebs and my computer. Get thee behind me, computer demon. Like seriously, are we just playing around these days? Like, um you know, praise, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Those Aussie gang signs, yeah, all right, yeah. There's tons of them. But anyway, onto the real stuff. Come on, it is serious. This is, and in a way, it is. Like in a way, it is. In a way, it is people that are primed to think that they have demons, and this talk of demons and the end times, and they go through a whole bunch of stuff. Um, Serious warning, some of it will probably make you angry because they are um talking about demons being responsible for some of the ills of society, and or some of the things that aren't even ills of society, just some of the changes in society that they don't personally like. Being on the Daily Wire, they are very right wing and don't like some of the sort of more progressive changes that we're going through. So, I'm going to put that out there. Again, I don't know how litigious Daily Wire is, but this is claimed under fair use. I do get to criticize and comment on your video that you've put out here, Michael Knowles. Don't you dare flag me. And yeah, I think they exploit people as well. Yeah, I do think that. Tell me more. I do. And sort of the horrible things that have happened. I did a debate on exorcisms and brought up a few cases where people, mostly in smaller churches, admittedly, but people have killed people doing this. Like they have done that. It's very very disturbing, because um, they um, part of the Catholic thing is to starve people and to deny them water and things like that in order to um, drive out the demon. And I believe that that was in the Bible, that sort of one of the exorcisms that were done was denying them water and food in order for the demon to leave. And that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. Anyway, on to the video. Thank you for joining me. It's going to be, I want to, while I do want to have some fun, like I want to have fun, of course, but keep in mind that there are people affected by this, that we don't need to be, but part of it is it is kind of funny, like the way that they talk, the seriousness which they talk. It's not like, seriously, guys. Let's stop, make believing over here. And this is Michael Knowles. He's one of the, a Tucker Carlson wannabe as far as I'm concerned. But a lot of this, anyway, I'll just start the video. A lot of this is just anecdotes and them talking about stuff. And this is the interview.
Baudelaire said the finest trick the devil ever played is to convince.
Is that too loud for everybody? Is that too loud? I feel like my eardrums have just been blown out. I can turn it down if you want. I might.
Baudelaire said the finest trick the devil ever played is to convince you that he does not exist.
Baudelaire didn't say that. Okay, Baudelaire never said anything. What you've got is a line from The Usual Suspects. Baudelaire said something similar. He did say something similar. I got this somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So Baudelaire wrote a story called Le Figaro. What he said is, one of the artifices of Satan is to induce men to believe he does not exist. Another, perhaps equally fatal, is to make them fancy it. But Baudelaire never said the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. That's not what he said. Thanks, Sydney. Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. I can always count on you for just helpful yet kind of useless information. Thanks, mate. Cheers. Yeah, no, Baudelaire never said that. He never said that. Okay, you're watching The Usual Suspects, all right? And it kind of annoys me that people do that. They sort of, conflate that, because they take it as this big quote by a flop. He never said that.
In recent days, however, he's been kind of flamboyant. Wouldn't you say? He's being a little more brazen about his existence. When you look at devil costumes at the Grammys, when you look at all sorts of weird Wiccan occult rituals and some of the biggest stages on Earth.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Why do you think people are less afraid of, like, portraying the devil as something in society, in culture? Why do you think that is? Could it be that people are less afraid of being burnt at the stake by rampant zealots who think that just because you portray a devil, somehow it's going to infest your soul? That could have something to do with it. This is the thing. He's like, well, the devil's being more no, just people are less afraid of the church. That's basically where it's at. People don't care that the church objects anymore, because you're not allowed to kill people for portraying a devil. This is sort of, yeah, it's this whole idea of, hey, we're not scared of you anymore because you don't get to decide who lives and dies by your old book. That's it. That's why there's more of it around. And it's got a place in popular culture. It is part of a cultural memory.
And yet some people still don't believe it.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe. Look, and I realize this might be bring up a lot of memories if you are deconstructing and everything. If you do still have that innate fear of the devil, maybe this video isn't for you, maybe this stream isn't for you, but rest assured, there's nothing to lead us to believe that. And we're not scared of all of the, if you're a Christian or a Christian deconstructing, you're not afraid of all of the devils in Islam or all of the demons in Shinto religion of Japan, or all of the devils and demons of you're not afraid of that. It's the ones in your religion that you're afraid of. And you might say, hey, they are the same things, but are they? They get rid of them in different ways. They say they're different things. Like, You know, the Quran says that the stars are lanterns that you use to dry, you know, that you cast them down, that shooting stars lanterns thrown down by Allah to dry, you know, they've got different cultural memories associated with them. So, but if you are deconstructing and you do still have that fear, I totally get it. You know, if you don't want to watch because it does bring up those fears, totally get it and be aware of that. I want you to be safe, but at the same time, I want to reassure you, there's nothing to be afraid of. They're not. They're not. There's nothing to be afraid of any more than a boogeyman beneath your bed. It's just fear, and these people instilling that into children from birth. And we'll get into a lot more of that later when they start talking about this kind of stuff.
We are joined today, very fortunately, by Father Dan Rehill, not only a Catholic priest, but the exorcist here in Nashville.
I am. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for joining.
Good to be here.
A Nashville exorcist. I mean, I never thought I'd be saying we have a Nashville exorcist on a stream, but here we are. Yes, he drives in. What's associated with Nashville? Like supercars and stuff. Yeah, he drives in his supercar and jumps out with banjo, and I don't know what Nashville does, but I know that it's very south. Nashville, Tennessee. The Tennessee exorcist. I don't know. There's something about being an exorcist from Nashville is just silly.
People tend to like the political commentary that focuses on the day-by-day policy, and then the culture, and then even sometimes the spiritual stuff that underpins it. The most pushback I ever get is when I mention demons, when I mention things like the devil. People stop me. They say, Michael, now you're getting fantastical. Now you're getting crazy. You're talking about things that don't exist.
Yeah, no, and they keep to the talking snake and the talking donkey and all the other things in the Bible. Yeah, you know, but here's the thing, like, there is no reason to believe all of this stuff. The whole idea that we need some kind of supernatural agent in order to convince us to do ills, that idea is so dead in the water. Like, humans can be absolutely terrible. We don't need a supernatural entity for humans to do horrible things. Humans will just do horrible things, and they'll do it even in the name of religion. Looking at you, Catholic Church, please have some rhinestones on the collar. Yeah. Actually, I'd have a lot more respect for him if he did, quite frankly. So, but humans are going to human, and we can do terrible things. We can do great and wonderful things. That's part of being human. We don't need a supernatural element to blame. It's just us. We do things that are wrong. We do things that are right too. We don't need to blame some sort of mystical boogeyman to say, hey, you know, the devil made me do it, kind of thing, which I might add has been attempted to be used in court in the past. We do not accept. I remember reading an article about the devil made me do it. The last defense ever in court, that the devil made somebody do it. It's not accepted in court because spectral evidence isn't accepted in court. Yeah, so they basically said, you know, we don't accept that kind of evidence, and the devil made me do it is not accepted in a court anymore because it is a outdated, primitive, and quite frankly, thoroughly debunked concept. You're responsible for your own actions, not some supernatural agent.
But these things do exist.
They do. I mean, if you're a Christian,
well, I'm convinced. There we go. You've heard it. Well, they do. That's it. That's the evidence they've got. Okay. Well, I presume they're going to present more. They do present a little bit more, but you'll notice a trend along this line. A really trend. It's kind of a sort of a lack of evidence and really faulty reasoning. Like it's sort of almost a presupposition that it sort of, you know, this being exists. So I think this video is geared more. I mean, they do mention unbelievers at certain points, but I think this is more geared towards people afraid of the devil. And I'm really sorry if you're in that camp. I'm really, really sorry. I'm sorry that you've been sort of manipulated into thinking that there's this guy out to get you and only the church can provide the solution. It's not the case, unfortunately.
Any Christian, and you follow the scriptures, we know there was a war in heaven, and Lucifer, the most brilliant and the most beautiful of the angels, rebelled because of the plan for the Son, the Word, to become flesh. And he was horrified that God would lower himself to our nature. And so he said, I will not serve. And he was cast out with his minions, and they became the fallen angels, the demons, and they were cast down to earth. And soon thereafter, Eve encountered the serpent, and that was the beginning of our demise.
Yeah, so none of that kind of is in the Old Testament. Like, that's not the reason for the war in heaven. And the problem with his timeline here is that they knew about the plan to have humans serve, right? So they already knew that they'd be cast down and lose the war in heaven. Right, because if Jesus returning is part of the plan, and they knew about the plan up front, so they knew there would be a serpent in the garden, right? So that's a demon, or that's the devil. I don't know which one this particular very reverend dude is claiming, but if they were cast down and then tempted Eve in the garden, right? They knew that was going to happen. So they knew that they were going to be cast down, which means they knew they were going to lose the war in heaven. This is where it becomes completely and utterly nonsensical. Because the only reason they have for Jesus coming back to earth is to repent of the sins, including the first sin, which is Eve, taking the apple, because we love to blame women for everything in the Bible. Taking the apple, and that was the first sin, and it's including like forgiving that sin as well. So the only reason for Jesus was basically that the sin was committed, which means that in order to know the plan, the demons must have known that first sin would be committed, which means they knew that the serpent tempted Eve, which means they knew that they would be cast down, which means that they knew that they would lose the war in heaven. Why would you do it? Like, what? I don't understand. Hello, Hannah. I just want to give a big shout out to the lovely Hannah, who is amazing. Couldn't God have put the demons on Pluto? Sure. Why not fling them to the other end of the universe? Like, it doesn't, it kind of is this weird thing, which, the paradigm at the time was that Earth was all there is. When they're talking about it, back in the Iron Age, they didn't know about Pluto in the Iron Age, strangely enough.
So this is not mythical. This is fact.
It is not fact. This is not mythical. It is fact. Yeah, you and I have completely different ideas of what facts are, sir. I mean, facts are things which are agreed on by generally everybody, and the majority of the world is not Christian. Yeah, it's the largest religion, but a majority of the world is non-Christian. So no, it is not fact. That is 100% not fact.
The devil is a real person, a person in the sense of having a will and an intellect. He's a spirit, but he's a person. And
he's a spirit, but he's a person. Okay, great. Fantastic.
And what you said is true, that he used to be very hidden and he used to be very subtle. And it should worry people that he's suddenly not worried about being seen.
No, it should not worry people, because in the past, if you brought up even the name of this being, you could be burnt at the stake for witchcraft or, associating with the devil. I mean, the Salem witch trials are accused of associating with the devil, and nobody even did anything. All that happened was a few sort of people had dreams, because probably they were talking about, there might be some witches around, and then they ended up having a group delusion. It's one of the famous group delusions where people were getting hysterical about things that didn't happen, dreams that they felt they were under attack, things that were ordinary everyday occurrences, like milk spoiling, for instance. Guess what? When you don't have refrigeration, milk will spoil. But this whole idea that oh, these ills are caused by these people. Yeah, not a lot of people would talk about it. Yeah, if you want to use scripture defree, please do outline what your sort of, talk with people and say how you're tying it into the conversation. Because I don't like I don't have a problem with you using scripture to sort of, do a point, but please tie it in. Don't just do the scripture, because that's just more filling chat with something that nobody understands, like what the point is. So please tie it in, mate. I really, please do.
Because that means it's what most people would deduct from that is that he realizes that his reign is coming to a close, and he's using everything he has now to try to drag as many people down with him so we can be miserable in hell too.
What do you say to people?
Well, defree, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. No, I get it, but that would mean that did they know about the fall? Did the demons know the plan, or the fallen angels know the plan? Help me out here. Help me out here, defree. Did they know the plan? And if they knew the plan, why would you ever go through with that? Maybe they didn't have a choice. Maybe they were forced to. Maybe it was divine will. Maybe it was all according to the plan. I don't know. It's a weird thing to talk about, like that God has knowledge of these 4 events. Okay. So in your thing, God didn't know. But according to this guy's religion, he says they knew. So that's the bewildering thing. So maybe you agree with me on that's bewildering. Like, I get that. If they didn't know, fair call. I just, I don't believe it, but that's a story but he's saying they did. So yeah.
Who say that's a nice story, Father, but I don't believe that the Bible is anything more than a collection of stories that have been.
What? The Baptists will tell you that angels never had and never have free will. Well, that means that what Lucifer did was not according to his own free will. It means that I mean, what kind of farce is that? That means that Lucifer's only doing what God wills him to do. Yeah, no, I get you. It's just weird that the whole idea of, hey, these angels broke away and decided, to do what they did. Okay, that's really weird. If they didn't have free will, then God's just doing a puppet show for I guess our benefit. I don't know, for his benefit. That tell me more. That raises more questions than it solves, to be honest with you. Like, seriously, like if angels have no free will, then the rebellion is all God's doing. Yeah, okay. No, I'm on board. I'm with you. I'm with you. Oh, hello, Anathema. So good to see you. So good to see you. And Robin, hello. Hello, Robin.
Influence the culture. I don't believe there was any such thing as Satan falling from heaven. I don't believe in Adam and Eve. I don't believe anyone bit the apple. I don't believe in original sin. I don't believe in the personification of evil. I don't believe in evil, period. I think we're basically just a bunch of meat sacks, and all of our conceptions of these things are just chemicals firing off in our brain, and you can't.
Yeah, so when you say just a bunch of meat sack, I think that's sort of a real straw man of what's going on. This is sort of the idea that biological life is just a bunch of chemicals and sort of, organic processes. What do you mean by just? Yeah, it's or chemicals and organic processes, but chemicals can do some pretty insane stuff. Like, I think you're dismissing chemistry and physical processes there a bit. If you want to say, hey, it's just physical processes, yeah, so's a nuclear explosion. So's the sun using fusion to create elements. Like, when you say just a physical process, like, have you seen some of the physical processes going on out there?
Convince me otherwise.
Oh, well, yeah, you're a non-believer. So
oh yeah, no worries, mate. All good, all good. You be where you feel happy. That's what we're here for.
good luck. But that's it. If you don't believe, I can't make you believe, but that's your decision. And I would say you better really dig into what you believe a little more deeper before you make your final decision.
Yeah, I've dug pretty deep. Oh, Robin, you are a wonderful human, really. And who got hit? Fenton. Fenton. Fenton Mully. Winner, winner. Nice shot, Robin. Look, I'm still look, okay, so I'm gonna address the elephant in the room, but thank you so much, Robin. I really admit. So there's currently a debate going on in Australia about Australia Day, and maybe I might address this in a video. It might be worthwhile. Um, my wife, Lynn, and I don't generally celebrate Australia Day. And there's a very good reason for that. Earl, you are just a light. All right, I'll get to it after Earl. All right, I'll do Earl first. I do the happy stuff first. Gifted five. What was I calling these things? Readerships? Yeah, readerships. That's right. I had a word for this. Tell me more. Got hit. Big screen bird. There you go, bird. Joe Heron was hit. Carrie Ann. Hey, Carrie, you were hit. And Razor Robinson. Well done. Yes, that is the reason. That is the reason. Where is your human girl? Yes, that is the reason. So okay, so what you've got to understand about Australia Day is what it's celebrating and the history of what it's celebrating. A lot of people think that it's celebrating federation, i.e., when the states or the colonies of Australia came together as one colony. But that's not the case. That is unequivocally not the case. Anybody that tells you that, say you are completely wrong. It's not celebrating federation. Okay. So federation was on the 1st of January. We know that's New Year's Day, so that's that's already a public holiday. It's fine. It was on the 1st of January 1901, I think it was federation. What Australia Day is actually celebrating is the landing of the first fleet on the shores of Australia. Okay, so when the boats first rocked up. So we weren't colonies then. We weren't Australia then. Australia wasn't even really a word. It was called Terra Australis, meaning the unknown southern land, or southern land, sorry. So what are we celebrating? We're celebrating that ships from another nation landed on a populated continent of people that lived there already. That's what we're celebrating, because that's the day that happened. I would love to celebrate on a different day for a different reason, like celebrate, say, when we first sort of became a constitutional monarchy rather than a colony of England kind of thing. I'd rather do that. Yeah, it's like Columbus Day. Correct, Robin. It is like Columbus Day. And I have a problem with that. Colonialism is something that is the hangover of colonialism affects everything in our lives. It is a horrible hangover that I kind of tell people to have some empathy for the people that don't culturally identify themselves as the colonists, the colonized, the people that were displaced, killed, slaughtered, marched to areas because the areas that were in were deemed to be for the colonizers. Well, sure. What? No, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, when I studied this in school, I did a unit on Aboriginal, the First Nations. Yes, it is nations; it's plural. But the book we got was Aboriginal culture. Right, that was the name of the book, the textbook. And the first thing the teacher said is the textbook's title is wrong. It should be Aboriginal cultures. There was multiple of them. But it's still colonization. It's still going into a populated country and taking everything from them. Now, we could sort of double down and say, hey, that's an important part of our culture. It's an important part of, but at some point we've got to come together and say, hey, this event, while we see it as this pivotal moment in our history, it also was a dark day in other people's history. And so the least we can do, and here's the thing, and I want to make this clear, we're not to blame, right? I didn't do anything, you didn't do anything. It's people that didn't know any better. We're not trying to judge them. We're not trying to say, hey, they should pay, or but we're responsible for trying to heal a wound that sort of caused great scarring between a lot of different humans on Earth. That's what we're trying to do. And so I avoid it. And look, I don't generally use Invasion Day, but I don't celebrate Australia Day because it is celebrating I would probably use Colonization Day. The colonization of Australia began on that day, and that isn't something to celebrate. I think that in the interests of a better world, a more close-knit community, we can celebrate sort of us managing to. Why can't we put it on the day that all people, including Native Australians and women and everybody, were included in the vote, or included as had equal rights? Why can't we do that? Why can't we celebrate days that we decided to come together? So that's my opinion. You may disagree. I totally get it. There's a lot of emotion associated with Australia Day. Totally get it. That's my opinion. That's why I don't celebrate it. I don't demand everybody not celebrate it. I think you have to make your own mind up. That's my opinion. And I would like, and I support not celebrating it because of that. But I'm not enforcing my will upon anybody else. I'm giving rational, reasonable arguments as to why it's beneficial for this country and this world to not celebrate these events, to look at them in the correct framing. So yeah, that's my spiel on it. I wanted to address it because a lot of people are wishing. That's why I'm not saying it back. I don't celebrate that day for that reason. But to all the Australians out there, I totally celebrate that we're all Australian. We're all part of one country. I'm not a patriot. I'm not a sort of a patriotic person. I would like to promote one planet, one humanity. I would like a day in every country to say we are all one species together and united. We are just human. We are the human species. We're all one species. Countries are arbitrary. Races are arbitrary. Why can't we celebrate a worldwide international day of humanity? That's what I want. I want an international day of humanity. That's what I want. Celebrate everybody on one day. Celebrate all of humanity on one day. Remember the achievements of humanity. Remember the things that we have done for each other and the great sacrifices people have made. And from all cultures, all things. Okay, tirade over. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because think about the consequence.
I will rant. You know this, right? Tangents in the chat. Tangents in the chat. Look, I talk with Ember. He takes credit for tangents. I don't think it. I really think it's him. I really think it's him. Maybe in a perfect world, yeah, Dean, but that's what an ideal is, isn't it? It's working towards an ideal. I don't think I'll see it in my lifetime, but that doesn't mean I can't have that ideal.
If you're right, no harm at the end of life. If you're wrong, you spend eternity separated from God. That would be a lot to risk.
Does anyone know what that is? Can anybody name that? He just made an argument. He just made an argument. Yeah, so that's Pascal's wager. He just made Pascal's wager. I should do a video on Pascal's wager and why I think it's complete garbage. Pascal's wager is no, you've got to put Pascal's. It's absolutely terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And I won't go deeply into why it's terrible. It's just number one, a god wouldn't be fooled by your sort of your fake belief kind of thing. Wouldn't be fooled. So that's pointless. Number two, you've got to worry about all of the gods that you're not worshipping out there. Is Krishna going to be more angry because you're worshipping a false god than worshipping no god at all? I don't know, but that's the whole point. You don't know if that's the case. Yeah, exactly. No, Robin's got it. What if Zeus is the real god? Yeah, what if he's angry that you're worshipping Yahweh? If you're worshipping no one at all, maybe he'll be more lenient. It doesn't take that into account. It just has God or no God. And the third thing is because you're giving up your integrity. You're basically saying, hey, I'm going to do something that I don't believe because of the benefit to myself. Maybe your integrity isn't worth a lot to you. Maybe it's worth nothing to you. Mine is. So there's the downside. Yeah, people sort of say, hey, if you look at game theory, yeah, if you look at game theory, this doesn't work. It doesn't work. And there's reasons for that. Maybe I'll make a video on it. Pascal's wager and why it absolutely bombs on multiple fronts. It's terrible.
So just on basic common sense, it would be good to like do your research a little deeper before you come.
Yeah, I think by now I've researched. I've heard every argument under the sun. I've been watching video after video after video. I have read the Bible when a lot of Christians haven't. I think I can say that I've done my research by now. I think. I mean, I'm still ongoing. I'm still doing my research. I'm still looking at these claims. I'm still critically evaluating these claims. Yeah. So this is sort of the idea that, hey, if you don't believe, you haven't looked hard enough. What about all the people that did believe and now don't? What happened there?
Come to the conclusion, like, I don't, because I would say you don't believe, but do you really understand? Have you done any investigation into this? Have you read? Have you researched? Have you looked?
Have Christians? Like usually I know more about the history of their faith and the sort of origin of their religion than they do. Have they looked? Have they seen that this sort of derives from Yahweh, a Israelite god who wasn't even originally for the Israelites, mind you, part of a pantheon back in ancient Samaria? I don't.
First of all, there's so many miracles in the church. Just the Eucharistic miracles. Yep. They baffle NASA. They can't.
They baffle NASA. So this is where I went, yeah, this guy is, I'm really sorry, but this guy's an idiot. You know, the whole idea that NASA's going around investigating miracles is so, like, what kind of world we live in where America's National Aeronautic and Space Agency is investigating miracles? What do you think they do over there? It baffles NASA. NASA doesn't care. NASA is there for aeronautics. This man knows nothing about science. Like, why? First question is, why would NASA be investigating miracles? Why? NASA's trying to get like people to the moon and setting up a Mars colony. They're not checking out Eucharist miracles. Oh, it baffles NASA. Yeah, exactly. It's just, you know, sort of provoking that emotion. But in fairness to Freak, my thumbnail kind of was as well. So it's just so. Richard Dawkins talks about memes, right? So the idea of a meme comes up, and we're not talking memes as in, you know, the funny picture kind of thing, although it is fascinating that even the idea of a meme has evolved into something else. I think Richard Dawkins would be delighted at that. But a meme is any idea that evolves within society. So this kind of setting is a meme. It's an idea. It's a stereotype that holds something in our collective unconscious, and that's what a meme is. It's actually fascinating. You know, I mean, memes are fun. I like memes. You know, come on now. I love memes. I've got my memes here. well, I've got some memes here. I really should do some more, but I do have some memes, you know, like
emotional, damn it, emotion.
Yeah, so that is a meme. It brings up something that we know about in our mind, right? It connects us. If I play it, you sort of know what I'm talking about. That's a meme. And the paradigm of having the, you know, fire and charring and sort of the dilapidated house and the candles, that's also a meme. And so memes are a shortcut. They sort of allow us to visualize things in a very, very quick way. Oh, look, there's going to be more rants, Robin. I promise more rants. I'll even rant about rants. I think I did that earlier. So, yeah.
Figure out how they were done.
And for people who are not Catholic, a Eucharistic miracle.
Yeah, so people, why NASA can't figure out how they're done? Yeah, NASA works with like aeronautics, dude. It's not investigating Eucharist. So what's a Eucharistic miracle? It's basically it's basically these turning the inanimate objects like the wafer into the flesh of Christ and the wine into the blood of Christ. That's essentially what a Eucharistic miracle is, and that's something that is not happening. You know,
the Eucharistic miracle would be in the course of a mass when the body and blood of Jesus is transfigured from bread and wine. Now, during the mass, we can't see that, but we believe it.
Yeah, because it doesn't happen. That's why it doesn't happen. Like, no, not even Catholics. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if Nashville has some special outreach program to fundamentalists in the Catholic Church. I don't know. But no Catholics really believe that happens. I don't think the Pope even believes that happens, to be honest with you. And we'll hear more about him later. Because, you know, I think this guy's going to get a lecture, or if not, maybe an excommunication. I don't know. But he's got some interesting things to say about the ye old Pope, who I'm not that thrilled with the Pope at the moment. I think he's they're trying, aren't they? I mean, they're trying to be acceptable in society. Yeah, I know it's standard doctrine. I know, DeFreak, but it's not actually happening. Like, come on now.
But on occasion, to bolster the faith of the Catholic community, the Lord will actually allow the appearance and the accidents, you would call them, to be changed into divine blood as well, which means the host starts bleeding and dripping human blood, male blood, from a man of Middle Eastern descent, and the host becomes the flesh, the cardiac muscle of a heart that's been horribly beaten and assaulted, and still has white blood cells even weeks after it's being tested. That's not explainable. So you'd have to say, how does that happen?
That's not explainable. If it actually happened, it's not explainable. But you know, what did it actually happen, right? So here's the thing. And I sort of did a bit of research on this. Yeah, I'm prepared for once. Shock horror to everybody. Suck it, Chad. I'm prepared. So this is sort of the Eucharistic miracles that he's talking about. So Brunos Aries, a priest, a host of holy water, and it was a host fragments had a reddish color. Drops of blood were observed, etc. You notice drops of blood on the pyx, which is a container that holds these hosts. So they sort of hold these wafers kind of thing. It's just a vessel to hold them. And they say, oh, we sent them off to scientists who said the sample was heart tissue and white blood cells kind of thing. And it's kind of like, well, here's the thing. And DeFreak, love you, DeFreak, you bring up a really good point. Why not capture that blood and clone Jesus? Because they couldn't figure out the DNA. It didn't have DNA. And this is the problem. Where is it? But all of these things, the church hasn't even approved this yet. Like, and sort of these things say, this is naturalistic impossible if what you say is true, right? If what you say is true, that this comes from not an actual heart. But the problem is that all they're given is the samples. There's no control over how they're gathered or whether somebody's sending in a sample. And for some reason, they didn't make it public, and the church has not rendered a judgment, right? Like the Catholic Church basically says, yeah, we're not validating this miracle. Probably because there's no nothing done. And this is where he got the NASA thing. Even NASA scientists who have at their disposal the most analytical techniques would not be able to artificially reconstruct a thing. Why would they be trying? They probably could. They just wouldn't. Like, this is the thing. People use NASA because it's the only scientific lab they can think of that people will understand. Oh, well, if NASA says it is. NASA is aeronautics. It's a space agency. Stop using NASA. You know, if you said, hey, the Lenski labs couldn't, maybe you're onto something. That's a genetic laboratory, maybe. But like, stop using NASA. It's like saying, hey, even, you know, even a geologist wouldn't be able to figure out how far this star is away. Why would a geologist be doing that? They've got a problem. Like these theists, they've got a problem with context, kind of thing. And so all of this, there's no DNA, there's no DNA profile. So they find it weird that they can't get a DNA profile. It's just sort of stories and what people have sent in. Now, it could be they couldn't get a DNA profile because of some sort of miracle or something like that. Possibly, or it's just, you know, not true. That's you know, or it's not true. And the fact that the church hasn't endorsed this as a miracle is kind of telling. And the fact that they tried to keep it out of the media is also quite telling. Because on their investigation, they did not report it to the public, which probably means that it wasn't actually a miracle. Because if it was a miracle, the Catholic Church should be the first to endorse it. But actually, there was something really interesting. Sorry, I meant to share this. What I read. So this is Jesuit Father Robert Spitzer, head of the MAGA Center, and he's one of the scientists investigating it. So a lot of their scientists are already believers. They're already people. And the ones that aren't are say, oh, well, if this is true, then it's unexplainable. If it's true, if what a history of the sample is true, which we don't know that for sure. But look at this. For a Eucharistic miracle, the burden of proof lies with the scientific panel. So what's the problem there? The problem is that it's a miracle until you prove otherwise. Yeah. In each case, the bishop of the diocese who must approve these miracles, he wouldn't have any reason to approve a miracle if it would, you know, bring extra people in who would tithe money to him. There wouldn't be any incentive in there. But yeah, we can't just say, hey, this is true until we prove it not true. What we've got to do is start with, hey, how do we prove this actually happened? I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's a good way to live your life, thinking that these things are true until proven not true. A lot better way, and this is the whole idea of skepticism, a lot better way is to say, hey, it's not true until it's proved to be true. That's a lot better way to live your life. Because in order to be intellectually consistent, you would have to believe anything anybody tells you. You would have to just believe it and then try and get proof that it's not real. It's an absurd way to live your life, believing everything everybody tells you and then trying to find out if it's false. A lot better is to be skeptical about that claim, not believe it, and then as you gather the evidence, apportion your belief to the evidence. A lot better way to live your life.
That's the good side. But on the bad side, if you were an exorcist and you watch someone levitate off a couch, and I can't put that into the DSM manual classification of a psychological disorder, you'd have to say something's happening here.
Okay, so it's important to know what levitation means in a traditional Catholic sense and the way that he's using it. So I think he's using it as in an actual supernatural hovering kind of thing. That's not what it used to mean when you're talking about sort of the 1900s text. What levitation was basically the heels going down, the shoulders going down, or the head going down, and the person arching their back off the floor. Like violently moving their body up, but they never actually supernaturally floated. And so this sort of levitation term, I don't know what sense he's using it in, because traditionally exorcists, when they say levitation, they mean an arching of the back. And yes, it'd be very unnerving and very horrible to see somebody do this, but an actual floating isn't historically what they were referring to when they say levitation. So I don't know what he means. He never clarifies what he means. I presume, and to give him the benefit of the doubt, I think he's talking in sort of supernatural floating terms, like our modern idea of levitation. But I'm not sure, because he could just mean the excessive bowing of the back that lifts their body off the floor. But when I say their body off the floor, I'm talking about their torso, and their heels and their head or shoulders are still on the floor.
There might be something beyond what I believe. So I'd say maybe do your research a little more before you come to that conclusion.
Have you ever seen anyone levitate off?
I have.
Go on.
Well, it's an interesting thing because in the Catholic Church in America, so the USCCB, that's our governing body of bishops, we're the only body of bishops that require, before we do the rite of exorcism, the person has to have both a physical checkup and a psychological.
Okay, so that's important, a physical and a psychological checkup. Yes, I endorse this. Have a physical. And I think that if you are going through a hard time, if you are in a dark place, I think that there's absolutely no shame in therapy and psychological help. You really should. I think that therapy is one thing that benefits everybody, regardless of when you're in a dark place or you'd just like to make your life better. There's certain things that and certain techniques and certain understandings that we understand through psychology. Psychology is a really deep field and a really, really useful field. And a lot of people will go to the doctor, although in America that doesn't happen nearly as much. People will go to the doctor because I've talked to people in America who say, I don't want to go to the doctor, it costs too much. And you should be never put in a position where your health, you've got to choose between your health of your body and the health of your finances. But I'll go one further, and you should never be put in a position where you're choosing between the health of your psychology and the health of your finances. And psychology and psychiatry is even worse as far as the wallet's concerned. But I think that people who just need to make their life better, or if you have behaviors that you're not happy with, I kind of really recommend it. And I think that your psychological health is an ongoing thing. Psychologists talk less in terms of, hey, there is a group of people and they're the sane people and a group of people who have mental health issues. It's kind of we're all along a spectrum of different axis, like a fear of failure, for instance. That's something I've struggled with personally, is a fear of failure, not doing things because I think that I'm going to fail them. People will be along a whole spectrum of that, from completely petrified and frozen because you think you're going to fail, to absolutely no worries at all. You can do anything you put your mind to, kind of thing. People will be along a spectrum. There's no hard, well, this person is there. There's the cutoff is arbitrary, and psychologists more see it as, well, what affects your life? What is causing you not to be able to live your life in the way that you wish to? And that's where the word disorder comes from. It's disordering the disorder as in disorder in your life. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And I've looked up a couple, and they are absolutely heartbreaking, Robin. It's horrible. Horrible.
Exam. Psychological exams are expensive. They're about $2,000. So, and we don't charge the victim because they're already suffering and they often don't have the resources. They've lost their home, their job, usually their wife, husband.
Yeah, and I like what he said. Full credit. He doesn't charge them for a psychological exam. Full credit. But at the same time, if you're tithing the church 10% of your wages, just put aside 10%. You'll have that in no time. Just saying. And there's groups that support groups and things. Group therapy is useful, where you just sit around and talk about your problems and your issues. They do it for things like addiction and things like that. There's no reason why it can't be done for things like depression and anxiety and all of those kinds of things. Group therapy is really good for social anxiety, very good for social anxiety, because you are in a social setting. So Yeah, and there are groups that'll do that, and I like that he's not inflicting that amount of pain on people, but he's still taking, I mean, I'm sure they'll still be expected to be Catholic and tithe 10% in the future.
We require that because the law says that I have to have moral certitude that the devil is present. And
The law says they need moral certitude. Now, this is something I didn't look up. Um, is this a Tennessee thing, or I think that exorcisms um should be banned. They just should, you should not be able to do exorcisms. I think that, or let's go a step further. If an exorcism is required, you have to have a reference from, a instead of the church approving it, I think it should be a doctor and a psychologist approving it. Like, let's face it. I don't think that's in the law. It says the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops say that you need a moral certitude. But I don't think that's a law, like in for instance, an actual. I mean, they might be referring to a law like a spiritual law or a religious law. I don't think they're talking, a secular law. Yeah, ERS number 14 says utmost circumspection and prudence for proceeding to the right. Like, I don't know of any secular law which says this. So he's just, yeah, he's just sort of, maybe it's canon law. Maybe it's canon law. He's certainly not talking about a secular law. Yeah, not the state. Yeah, you're right, Behead Kamikaze. Yeah.
to do that, we have to rule out psychological problems and all this. Okay. When I saw the man levitate off the couch, I had moral certitude that that's not a psychological condition.
It depends what he means by levitate in that instance. Like, if he's claiming a supernatural hovering, well, okay, but didn't you have a phone, like a camera? Couldn't you document that in some way? What's your process here? If that was a psychologist, they would be documenting this. Yeah, no, totally. Yes, and community is helpful. A lot of the time it is. And I know a psychologist that did a study on loneliness and what loneliness means. And it's interesting that loneliness has nothing to do with the proximity of people physically. Like, you can be surrounded by people and still be lonely. Loneliness appears to be connected, and I'm half remembering his paper. I do apologize, but it appears to be connected with the emotional connections that we make to people. So if you're not emotionally connecting, you can be in a marriage, be surrounded by children, be surrounded by friends, be surrounded by all these people, and still be so lonely because you're not emotionally connected to other people around you. So all of this is sort of things that we're beginning to understand, and helping people makes you emotionally connected to other people. It sort of that idea of helping somebody else and them being grateful, that is an emotional connection, and it's very healthy. So I do agree.
In all countries, the exorcist needs moral certitude to perform an exorcism that there is presence of the demon.
Yeah, but that's not the country's law. That's the church. So separation of church and state. The state is very reluctant to get involved in church affairs. It's kind of like, well, you do your thing. But at a certain point, you've got to say, hey, that's really bad for people in general, right? It's not right that that's happening. If you have a cult and they're brainwashing people and sort of taking their money and all of these horrible stuffs that cults and sects have done throughout the years, the state will step in and say, hey, you can't do that. You can believe what you want, but you can't do these things, these actions which are detrimental. I think exorcism is one of those things where the state should step in and say, hey, I'm willing to compromise and say, hey, you need to pass this through psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, and get approval from the state in order to do this right. Now, that might make some people mad, but people have died, children have died in the performance of these things. we don't know the amount of damage done by these sort of rites because we can't investigate them. The church is very, very quiet about these things. I'm kind of surprised that a very reverend person is actually even speaking up about them right now, because the Catholic Church is very quiet. There used to be a time where the Catholic Church did this willy-nilly, but the secular authorities start to realize, hey, you are causing incredible amounts of damage. And sort of, so they're very reluctant to do it, and implemented these, I guess, laws, canon law, to say, hey, you can't do it until you get, you have moral certitude. But listen to what he says after this.
But like I said, in America, we have to do those 2 tests to rule out other things. So when I saw this young man levitate off the couch, well, there's my moral certitude that this is not a psychological problem, because that can't force someone to come out of the chair on their own. So that was when I didn't have to do that.
Right. So listen to what he said. That's one that I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to get them psychologically or physiologically examined, because they levitated. And don't forget that levitation might not actually mean, levitating off the couch. So he basically saw something that he thought was supernatural, right? Whether it is actually supernatural or not. And without any other consulting, decided that's moral certitude. I have moral certitude. So moral certitude, and this is important, moral certitude is the idea that I am morally correct. I am certain I am acting morally correct. This is what I ought to do. Should we leave that in the hands of one individual? No, never. Should we leave it in the hands of a priest who believes this stuff to begin with? No, absolutely not. Like, this is ridiculous. He sort of says, hey, it is law that you've got to do these 2 things, but on seeing this particular thing, I decided to skip it. What? This is as bad as the cop that can convict somebody on the side of the road based upon what they've seen. It's so bad. He tries to say, hey, we can't do this thing without moral certitude. Moral certitude has to come from these 2 tests of psychological and physical examination, but on occasions I skip it. Really? I don't know about Bob's last, and if he's got any videos, I'll certainly do it for Fundamentalist Fails. It's a subject that I feel very strongly about. It's sort of, yeah. I mean, but this is a guy who's quite high up in the Catholic Church. Don't forget that. He's very reverend. I did look this up last night. I did, like I said, I did do. Yeah. So, officers of the clergy or religious order below the rank of bishop, abbot, or abbotess. So he's not just an ordinary priest. He's sort of a higher level of priest kind of thing. So this isn't sort of just a guy LARPing. This is a ordained minister of the Catholic Church, who is apparently at least high enough up that he's very reverend and not just reverend. And at this point, it sounds like we're playing, playground games of who's the most powerful. It's a little ridiculous, but ugh.
The exam.
So I believe all of this. None of this surprises me. My view of the world is a Catholic view of the world. For people who might be skeptical,
yeah, that's me. I'm very skeptical.
Is it possible you just misperceived what was going on, or was your mind playing tricks on you? Or
No.
Okay, well, I'm convinced. Let's go. Yeah, there's no possibility that I misperceived it because I perceived it. Yeah, well done, mate. Good on you.
Period. And I'll tell you why. I don't work alone. I mean, that would be horribly imprudent to go into a situation when you're dealing with demons or the devil himself.
Yeah, this is getting to an argument. Well, I didn't witness it alone, but you did witness it with a whole bunch of people who believe the same thing. Really, I want to sort of draw back to fake martial artists, right? So fake martial artists, they basically have these no-touch martial arts, right? And it's interesting because they truly believe they can knock people out without touching them and without sort of like, from the power across the room, he just goes ha and sort of, you know, causes somebody to fall down, kind of thing. So you have this kind of stuff, right? This is the kind of stuff, like, hey, he's out. Yeah, he's out. Destroy without any effort. Yeah. Did you see that amazing thing? Oh, it's incredible. Incredible mastery of the martial arts. Yeah. Oh, this Swan Lake technique. Oh, it's amazing. So this guy in particular is interesting. I've seen him before. He tries to knock out a reporter who doesn't believe in his power, who's a skeptic, and he can't knock him out. He can't do anything against him. And the excuses he gives is amazing. Like, oh, because he doesn't believe, he won't be affected, kind of thing. Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah. No, I get you. I get you. I get you. Yeah, Seagal kind of does it as well. So what is that, right? Because here's the thing. Those men have actually entered sparring with like boxers and things like that, right? They actually have entered the ring and have been very surprised when their stuff doesn't work. Right, so they've actually believe in this, and their students believe in this. They think it works. They're not just putting on an act, kind of. They've been psychologically primed to do this. And I'll see if I can find it. You know, so they actually enter the ring with boxers and get absolutely devastated. Yeah, I mean, you'll probably be able to find it, but essentially what's happening is that. Oh, thanks, Archer. Really appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Nobody subscribed. How dare you give a link that I'm not supposed to subscribe to? How dare you? How dare you? But thank you. I appreciate it. I will put it in my list of crazy people. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I've seen that guy before. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. But essentially, they're basically primed to believe this stuff, and they react because they are primed. The human mind is weird, and if we believe that is what will happen to us, our body will carry that out. It's kind of like we enter a fugue state, where the thing that you expect to happen will actually happen. It's kind of a placebo effect, essentially, kind of. That your body will automatically try and instill this thing that you think is going to happen. So those people, they're not technically lying. They think that it works, but as soon as those no-touch masters come up against, you know, and the problem is that all of these priests, that's what they're expecting. They will have this perception that it is supernatural. Their entire toolkit is a hammer. So all they see is nails. That's all they see.
Alone. So contrary to popular opinion in the movies we see about exorcisms, we never go alone at midnight during a thunderstorm to a strange person's house in the woods to do an exorcism. You know, sort of like this.
Yeah, and they've just pointed out the meme of the set is the Exorcist kind of thing. And yeah, I like that he's sort of saying, hey, that, you know, don't believe what you see in the movies, but dude, don't believe what you see in the movies. Like, seriously.
This is not the usual setting of, okay.
So I have a team. I always have other people with me. Often it's another priest. So we're all seeing the same thing, you know. They can speak languages that they've never known. They know things about you or other people in the room that they couldn't know. So these are the hallmarks of how we would determine, is this really a demon? Supernatural knowledge of things they could not know, languages they have not learned that they can speak fluently, and superhuman strength. I remember there was a little nun, about 100 pounds, 5 foot.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Those apprentices of the no-touch masters that I just showed, they would say their master has supernatural strength, that they have supernatural agility, that they can do things that are insane. It's all in their mind. That's the thing. So if you get somebody small that exhibits, they're pumping adrenaline and they're stronger than usual, if you're primed to think that they have supernatural strength, you will actually act that way. That's what your mind does to you.
I won't mention the order. And when she was going through a deliverance, it took 6 large men my size to hold her down. And
did we do any actual measurements of her strength? Did you actually measure that strength? Or is it just that 6 people that believed that she was supernaturally strong held her down? Look, if you see cop videos, right, you'll see some very small people. If they're, pumped up on drugs or they have a psychological issues, it sometimes takes 4 or 5 big guys to hold that person down, each with a limb kind of thing and one on the back. Like, it's not that strange that because if somebody's sort of held down and they know what they're doing, you can hold somebody down. But it's very difficult for untrained people to hold a person down if they're flailing with all their limbs, their head, everything like that. It's very hard to immobilize that person completely. It's very difficult, especially if you're untrained. So that isn't really a thing in your favor. It just means that, hey, you had a guy for each limb, one for the head and one doing the exorcism. Well, great. Maybe one person on the body. Like, I don't... Did you video any of this? There's a good question. Did you measure the strength that they were exerting to see whether it was actually a great amount of strength or what we'd consider in human limits? No. There's no control. There's no actual investigation into these things. They just see things and say, hey, it was this.
That's what I mean. It's not possible that little girl could have that strength. So we look at these things as kind of the hallmarks of this is not normal. This is a supernatural thing. I've seen that same nun run up a 20-foot wall like a squirrel. And 2,000 people at a conference saw it too. So
did the conference have cameras? Why is there this lack of cameras all of a sudden? I looked this up, right? Because I was going, well, you have a phone. Everybody has phones. You've got cameras. Why is this not being filmed? Why is this not on? You go to exorcism. This guy talks like he sees it all the time, like it's just an ordinary run of the day. See women running up the wall like squirrel, and 2,000 people at a conference saw it too. Probably 2,000 people that believed that was the case. And the conference had no cameras whatsoever. None of it's ever caught on film. None of it. I looked up why it's never caught on film. The most ridiculous excuses come. Oh, well, if you share the devil doing things that might infect other people and it interrupts the exorcism so they can't perform it properly. It's a frigging camera. Like, parkour dudes do that all day. I don't know, 20 feet, maybe. I mean, I don't know if she backflipped off of it. Maybe they did. But, the fact is that none of it's ever caught on any kind of medium that everybody has. Do priests not own phones with cameras in? Is this what's happening? Do they give up, like, cameras when they become ordained? What's going on? And if you want to say, hey, we don't do that because... I don't know what stupid reason that it's not, warranted or whatever. Imagine how much you can learn teaching new people who are doing this thing with the footage of, hey, this is what you should expect. I see no reason why a camera would be a bad idea at one of these things. But when they do have cameras at exorcisms, they never capture this stuff. This is the thing. This only happens when there is no way to objectively verify it, only subjectively with a number of people. That's the only time this stuff happens. When someone whips out a camera, suddenly it's just somebody who's clearly disturbed. That's what it becomes.
There's the proof that that's not right. Can we all agree that's not normal?
That's not normal.
That's not normal.
I've never seen that happen.
No.
Well, I presume, I mean, he said at a conference, I presume it was a conference center. I mean, maybe they just saw the entertainment and thought they were possessed. Maybe it was Cirque du Soleil. I don't know, but like, seriously. Yeah, no, I'm right with you, Lucky. I really am. Absolutely.
And it's scary when you see it, because he likes to inflame fear in people's hearts.
When people, or I guess demons, are speaking this language,
Oh, look, if I saw somebody run up a wall like that, I'd be impressed, not afraid. I would actually be impressed. Look, I'm sure that a lot of it's creepy. Like if you see people who are having a hysterical episode or a depressive episode or a manic episode, it does feel scary. It really does. But stop treating these people like they're some kind of supernatural problem. They're just people, and they need your empathy and your compassion and your support, not, you know, some kind of dude throwing holy water in their face and telling them to get out, kind of like, come on.
having possessed these people. I'm assuming they're not speaking Swedish. What languages?
No, they typically pick up ancient languages or Hebrew or Aramaic or even Greek, and I don't speak those for the most part, so it normally has to be recorded. But you can tell right away, oh, I know that's definitely Hebrew, or that's this. And I'm like, has this person ever studied these languages? No. And in fact, sometimes they're, maybe young, maybe a 15, 16-year-old who hasn't even gone through high school. And then, or they can tell you things about yourself. So we always go to confession before we go into a deliverance, because you never want them to, not that we're sinning,
Right.
these great.
Yeah, I can tell you something about yourself, dude. You make up a lot of stuff. You make up a lot of stuff. The first thing that triggered me to him making stuff up was his comment about NASA. Like it's so outside the purview of science. Saying NASA doesn't understand it, tell me you don't know how science works without saying I don't know how science works. We don't get NASA to investigate miracles. So, well, they say they record it. And sort of, here's the thing, like if somebody is primed for that kind of stuff, they're primed to think, hey, all of the wrong things happening in my life are a demon kind of thing. They're probably going to be investigating that. They're probably going to be going, oh, how can I tell if I've got a demon inside me? It's not a far stretch to think, hey, they look all this stuff up. It's not a far stretch.
Ways, but you want no weapon leveraged against you.
You bring up confession, and I had this experience. It's taken me 32 years to figure out something that's probably pretty basic to confession. And confession is sacrament where Catholics go into the box like you see in the movies, confess your sins on your knees before the priest, and the priest says, ego te absolvo, and you go out. And I was an atheist for 10 years. I reverted in my early 20s, and only recently I was walking out of confession, and I had this thought.
Okay, it says I'm having connection issues. Give me 1 second. I'm going to drop out and then come back in. Don't go anywhere. I will be back. I'm just going to refresh the thing. So I will be back. Yeah, I think maybe it's StreamYard. I think is what I think. That is my suspicion. Because it is on StreamYard's end. I seem to be fine. So yeah, no, I think. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Yeah, but he was raised in the Catholic Church, so he sort of lapsed and went back. Anecdotal poisoning. Yeah, no, and I cut out a lot of anecdotes of this video, so you can thank me for that, John.
Which is, not only do I feel spiritually at peace here, but what's so striking is that I feel physically different. So I could understand feeling spiritually at peace as maybe there's just some psychological thing happening when I say these sins to the priest. But I would go into the confessional and I would feel racked by whatever, wrath, lust, gluttony, go down the list. And I'd be shaking almost. I walk out of the confessional, that physical feeling is gone. And I said, how do you explain that? If confession is not what it says it is.
How do you explain your psychology or mental state affecting your body? Are you serious right now? Yeah, I hate to break it to you, champ, but meditation will do the same. Just quiet contemplation will do the same. I don't like it, when you walk out of therapy, you feel like a load has been lifted physically off you. Like, how do you explain that? How do you explain exactly the same thing happening when you come out of a good concert? Is the concert some kind of holy miracle? Who's come out of a concert and felt like really great in their body? Who's done that? Everybody. I don't. This is the dumbest argument ever. Well, when you come out of confessional, you feel physically better. How do you explain that? Yeah, when you come out of a really good concert, you feel the same. You feel physically great. God works in mysterious ways.
Well, it is, but even people who would agree what it is don't realize, like, as human beings, we're spiritual persons incarnate in a body, right? And that's one person together. So what affects the spirit is going to affect the body. What affects the body affects the spirit. And when we imagine,
yeah, or maybe sort of what affects the mind affects the body, and the body and mind affect one another because they're essentially the same thing. Like your mind is just a physical thing. So if you have sort of certain chemicals going to it, like after exercise and things like that, it affects the mind. But no, we've got to believe that there's, the spirit incarnate, and that's the whole basis for everything, even though you can't find it. Like,
as sins, particularly if they're grave sins, over a long period of time in particular, there are demons that hook into us and they harass us and they follow each other in packs. And so often it's like a snowball going down a hill. I just did this and then I did that. And then I went to this sin. And then all of a sudden here I am and I'm in a bad place. That's what they're doing. They're pushing you to keep going further into your sinfulness. And when the priest absolves the person in the confessional, not only is their soul wiped clean, but the demons are broken off the person. And so when you feel that levity, that lightness of leaving the confessional, so many people say, I feel like a weight's off my back. Yeah, because you've been set free. It's not just the sin.
Yeah. So how does like therapy do exactly the same thing? How does a good concert or enjoyable meditation do exactly the same thing? Demons averse to Taylor Swift or something? What's going on here? Like, this is the whole thing. Like, you could either say, well, in confession, you feel this certain way and you're physically uplifted because the Catholic priest has broken the demons off, or you've just participated in a rite that has reflection and emotional connection in it, like therapy and Taylor Swift. I don't know. It's really weird to say, hey, this feeling only happens in confessional. No, it doesn't. Hey, Beck, how you doing? It's good to see you. It doesn't. And you can't. There are multiple instances of what makes you feel better. Yoga makes you feel physically better because that's exercise and meditation all in one. And they've got things to say about yoga as well. So
it's the demons attached to the sin.
I used to think that the type of scene you just described was merely a helpful metaphor for what goes on in our moral lives. It's a nice picture. Yes, it's everybody, perfectly secular people, will say so-and-so had demons. Oh, he never got over his demons. But they mean it in this metaphorical sense.
They do.
And
yeah, we do. Because demons aren't real, dude. They're not real. They don't exist. Like, I generally don't refer to things as demons in metaphorical sense. I'm sure I've used the term in the past. I try to steer away from it now after meeting some fundamentalists who literally think that if you're depressed, it's a demon. Who literally think that, or if you have anger issues, it is a demon that is accosting you. It's not. It's not. It's just you. Like, you don't need to find something to blame for your mistakes and your errors. People make them, and people have behaviors that they do that aren't optimal and aren't great. Everybody does. I do. You do. Everybody does. We don't need a demon to blame for that, and we can address it without some kind of mumbo jumbo ritual. It's okay. We can meditate. We can get therapy. We can talk with people. We can examine our own behavior. We can implement some of the tools that are given to us by a lot of work done in the field of mental cognition to change the way we think about things. Ooh. Thanks for the show and chat. Oh, sure, what? Take care, buddy.
And the longer I've lived, the more literally I view that kind of a scene, and even more so, the less of a distinction I see between the literal and the figurative.
Yeah, well, we also believe we have an angel assigned to us, a guardian.
Yeah, all right. So guardian angel for everyone gets it. You get an angel, and you get an angel, and you get an angel. There must be no angels left. I swear, in heaven, it must be devoid of angels. Like what, 7 billion of them? How many angels are there? Can we get a number? Are we running out? Is it like IP addresses for the internet? We're running out, so we've got to do like angel sharing kind of thing. Like have some angels share some stuff. Do we need network address translation for angels? Do we get ride share for like how many angels are there? Because we're heading up to 8 billion people and everyone gets their own angel. Can you demonstrate these angels in any way? Can we do some control tests about angels?
Angel. That angel has a lot of power, but the more you acknowledge the angel and ask for his help, the more power he can give you. So I tell people every morning, wake up, thank God for the new day, thank song of gratitude, and then turn to your angel, say, I appreciate your help today. And these are the things I struggle with. These are the appointments today I think are going to be difficult, the meetings.
Yeah, so the more you believe in the angel and the more you'll notice the angel helping you. Yeah, that's called confirmation bias, dude. That's called literal confirmation bias. So angels, apparently God just makes more angels, and angels have no, are they just robots? Are we just talking about robots? Don't worry, they've got stuff to say about AI as well.
I have. Can you be there and intercede for me through these things? You'd be surprised how different your day goes. And if you surrender to the day and not push for getting things your way, because we frequently think I have to have it this way, but then if you let it go and see what God's going to do, if you've given him permission over the day, he will wrap it up in a way so much more clean, neat, and tidy than you could ever imagine that you could do. But these are, but you have to do it to test it, right?
Yeah, so he's basically just talking about gratitude for things that are good, like just noticing the things that are good and sort of letting go of the things that are bad. It's just a psychological thing. That's all it is. So if you believe in an angel and you start to thank the angel for all the good things that you're doing, you'll just notice the good things more. And if you're ignoring the bad things, you'll notice the good things more, but you'll attribute it to an angel. You could probably do this without the angel. You could just say, hey, I'm going to more notice the good things and I'm going to ignore the bad things and get exactly the same effect. There's no control in this where somebody, have we investigated having people do that without an angel and see if it is the angel or see if it is just a change in your cognitive process? Because it just sounds like a change in your cognitive process. It doesn't sound like there's an actual angel.
Some people say, I don't believe that, I'm not going to do it. Well, then you're going to miss out. We can only lead you to the water. So you have your angel, but then you have these demons. Now, the demons, their number one job is to get you to sin. When most people talk about demons, they think of the Exorcist movie, the devil with the horns and the spear. He can appear that way.
Devil with horns and a spear. I believe it's a pitchfork, but, because it was kind of, that image was created about medieval times, but I don't think that's part of a biblical narrative. Pitchforks. No, I don't. Yeah, I think this guy has been watching too much TV. I can appear like that. Yeah, why not? You're making stuff up. Just go hog wild.
But 96-7% of his work is to tempt to sin and all of his minions. Because when we sin, we break away from God. And once we break away from God, then they can really go after us. Like it's like there's a pit bull with a 5-foot chain. It's like stepping in to the 3-foot mark. You're suddenly now in the zone, right? Then they can really attack you. So if they can get you to sin, then they can really have a field day and really ruin your life.
What a horrible metaphor. Well, first you got to show there's actually a pit bull there, which you haven't done. You're just like, ooh, it's attacked. That's all he's done so far. Yeah, I don't know how he knows that. I don't know how he knows that. Presumably the other 3 or 4% is, apart from tempting people to sin, I don't know what they do. disease? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we'll get elucidated on that one. Well, like we said earlier, it's a meme. It's a meme of exorcism. That's where he clearly said that's not where exorcisms happen. So that immediately validates the whole thing. Yes, spookiness. Yeah, I mean, it's a show. It is a show. Regardless of whether this guy is actually doing, exorcisms or not, the interview is a show.
Coming after you physically, like the supernatural effects of the devil. I call the first book, the sin is the natural. The targeting somebody through vexations or obsessions or oppressions or possession would be ways that we would say is the supernatural power of the devil to inflict harm on somebody.
Okay, so there you go. The 3-4% is sort of physical stuff. Although I'm not sure how vexations are physical. I'm presuming.
What is the distinction between all of those tricks?
Okay, so vexation, which an infestation is normally things that happen in somebody's home or in their space. It doesn't have to be the home; it could be the office, wherever, the car, where the devil can manipulate, move things, create chaos, losing car keys constantly.
Losing car keys constantly. Really? So if you lose your car keys, that's evidence of the devil or demons or the supernatural. Come on, dude. Seriously? So finding them again is the angel, right? This is how you go down this sort of narrow, well, I've lost my car keys. Oh, it's the devil. Oh, I found them. That's an angel. That's the sort of confirmation bias that he's getting into. If you're primed to think this way, you will see no end of examples to confirm your bias. And boy, they're primed to think that way. If you can only ever find one sock of a pair, it's got to be the devil. No, of course not. It's just, yeah, no, Sydney, you and I are on the same wavelength. Yeah, like, because I lose one sock of a pair all the time. Happens all the time. I also, get holes in my socks. Is that the devil? Or is that just physics? Is it just pressure and friction? Because if I'm primed to think, hey, it's the devil putting holes in socks, then it's the devil, and the angel, tries to counteract it. It's ridiculous.
Computer constantly. Whenever I try to print a homily, it only jams for the homily, or it only jams when I'm printing out a prayer. That would be like, I'm like, oh yeah, so I have to take authority.
Yeah. So this is the case of 99% of what they're printing out is a prayer or a homily, and so it seems to jam when they're doing it. It's confirmation bias.
Over that spirit of blockage, and then it just goes right through. But they can be bad, like the Amityville Horror.
Yeah, so don't bother sending out people to repair your printer. Forget for repair. Dell printer repair man, you're out of a job. We're going to have priests come in and shower the printer in holy water and bless it, and it'll be fine. Like, come on now. Come on.
Be the worst example of a vexation of a home. And then.
Yeah, and I kind of agree, Kamikaze. That's the best these demons can come up with, like, stashing your car keys somewhere that you find. Like, come on now. That's the best they can do. So stupid. Like, I'm really sorry. I mean, I don't want to be mean to the guy, but this is so stupid. Like, you get that, right? That your car keys going missing is not some supernatural occurrence, that it's just you losing your car keys.
And you have the person himself. So an obsession, a spirit of obsession attacks the mind. And people who have this sort of attack, it's the most horrible attack. They can't think. They have voices screaming at them all day, screaming blasphemies, putting horrible thoughts in their head, visions of suicide.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is the only people to get this screaming blasphemies and stuff are people who are deeply religious. It doesn't happen to people who are non-religious, right? So if somebody has what seems to be a mental problem, the only people where it is sort of this screaming demons kind of thing is people who are religious. Non-religious people don't get that kind of thing. They may have voices, they may have schizophrenia, they may have certain things, happening in their head, but it won't be this religious iconography. And the reason is because they are not primed for that religious iconography. This is a case of you've primed these people to be afraid of this thing happening and tell them what they should expect. And so when they fall into a deep, dark place, that's what happens. They've been primed for it.
They can't sleep, so then they're even more in a bad way. They often will wind up in a mental hospital, but they're not. It's not a mental problem; it's a demon problem. And then oppression is attached to the body. That could be through sickness, or in the worst cases I've seen, somebody who lives alone wakes up with bite marks all over the body.
You've seen that?
Yeah.
Could it be
No, you can't.
Oh, well, I'm convinced. Could it be doesn't even say anything? No, absolutely not. We've never investigated really what it is, but, never set up a camera to see what is actually happening during the night, like the proper sleep lab would, or some kind of investigative team with any kind of, honesty would. No, we're just gonna film it. No, we won't do that. But could it be? No. I haven't investigated, haven't filmed it, haven't set up anything to control whether this person is doing it to themselves or whether something else is going on, but it's not. Come on. Like, why haven't they put up a camera? If they can show these supernatural things happening, if they can show these things appearing out of nowhere on somebody's body on camera to the world, and show that the devil isn't that great for the Catholic Church? Why don't they do it? Why don't they do it? They never do it. It's ridiculous.
Don't even finish.
You can't bite your own back, right?
Yeah,
I've not seen
a dog. It couldn't be a
no.
A dog and sneak in the morning, lock the door when he left.
No.
How do you know this? How do you know the person isn't biting themselves? How do you know the person isn't scratching themselves? Have you actually set up a camera to find out what the hell is going on? And I use that term in a very colloquial sense. What the hell is going on? Because it's probably not, it's probably just them doing it to themselves or something else happening. But the fact that they won't set up anything to check is telling. They know it's not real. Or at least I think that somewhere deep down they know it's not real. Because if you thought it was real, you'd be getting all of the evidence for this you possibly could. Possibly could. You would have multiple cameras in case one failed. You'd have controls. You would have all kinds of things to be able to record this, and they don't. For some reason.
Scratch marks. Or, in the worst cases, you see people who will vomit things that are odd, like frogs or nails. I've only seen that when I went to exorcism school. I haven't seen it firsthand. But
vomit, frogs and nails. Could they have eaten frogs and nails? It's possible. I mean, I would be flabbergasted, but it is possible. Look, and why don't you film it? Film it. Like, this is the thing. Like, he talks about all these things happening. Like, he sees this stuff all the time, like constantly. Why do they never actually film it to present to anybody? Why is no recording taken at all? And he said, oh, we record the voice. Record the stuff that you're saying is supernatural. Somebody talking in what appears to be a different language. You say it is. You say they've never studied Latin. They're talking in Latin. Yeah, record it. But record all of this stuff as well. You say someone's run up a wall in a supernatural way. You said that someone's levitating. But you've never, ever turned a camera on to catch it. I find that hard to believe.
This is all possible in the realm of evil because they can imitate the power of God, but it's short-lived and it's not as powerful. So then if these things escalate and they kind of meld together, it would lead to a full-on possession where the demon, usually Satan himself, will take possession of the body. This is when people think that they take the soul. You can't take the soul. You can't sell your soul. You know why you can't sell your soul? You don't own it. You can't sell what you don't own. But he'll trick you into thinking that, and then that puts the person in despair.
So Robert Johnson, he's there at the Delta in Mississippi. He wants to be the best blues guitarist ever. And he sells his soul to the devil. At least that's what some album executive said decades later. Mm-hmm. He can't really sell his soul. Mm-hmm. So instead, it's just the person inviting the devil in to their body.
Yep. Yeah, when you make a deal with the devil, it's an invitation. And he takes the invitation very seriously. He comes right in. One of the worst cases I've ever heard was from the Exorcist of New York City back about 15 years ago.
Yeah, and I think that anybody believing in that stuff will be primed to think that that's what's happened. But I don't really see a problem with it. Devil, come into my body, take me over. Blah, 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 blah. Come on now. Like, what do you think is happening here? These are just people with problems. That's all. And yes, for people primed in religion to think, hey, when I have something wrong with me, when I have a case where I'm depressed or anxious or manic or having these problems, that somebody doing this will cure me of it, kind of thing. That they believe that works. It's a placebo effect. Of course it works if you believe it will work. But is that thing actually real? And the fact that he claims all these supernatural things and has nothing besides, hey, I saw it and so did a bunch of people that believe the same thing. It's not good evidence.
He was telling me, well, it would have been longer than that, maybe 20, 25. There was a woman, a young girl at Juilliard, a violinist, and she was about to graduate. She was brilliantly talented, but all of her friends were getting job offers and she had none. And her friends remember always hearing her say the words, I would do anything to be famous. Well, guess who's listening? Your angel's listening, but also there's other things in the room. And it wasn't long after that she went to bed one night, had a dream, and she said in the dream was the most beautiful man she'd ever seen naked, another sign, calling card of the devil. And he said, do you really want fame and power? And she said, I do. And he produced a contract, and he took his finger and slashed her finger and had her sign it in her blood. And then he touched the contract and it burst into flames and the ashes fell on the floor. So pretty easy to understand what happened.
Yeah, cool story. This violinist in Juilliard who became famous, I could not find this anywhere. I looked and I looked and I looked. I could not find this story anywhere. I don't know where this came from. This is this guy's just full of anecdotes. It's really weird. This is just weird. I could not find this story anywhere.
Right. You don't need an advanced literary.
Right. So when you wake up from that dream and you remember it, you might take a pause and be like, I don't think that was a good thing. But what's worse is her finger was cut and the ashes were next to the bed. So
yeah, how do we know that? Who is this? What, he's making these stories up that sort of say, hey, this is what definitely happened. I looked for this. I could not find it anywhere. Like anywhere.
She still doesn't say anything.
Not to be the devil's advocate, but I guess to be the devil's advocate. Could this girl just have been nuts, making it up? Just
she could have been.
She could. Yeah, she could have been. Yeah. It's just no. This definitely happened. Could she just be making it up? She could have been.
But yeah.
But you have to hear the whole story.
Okay.
So within a couple of weeks, she signs this multinational tour, makes a ton of money, becomes very.
Yeah. So she's a Juilliard educated violinist doing international tours and making a ton of money. You'd think this would crop up. And all I could hear was that I found a sort of Reddit thread asking about it, kind of thing, and most of them say it was. I mean, this is just Redditors, like, don't take it with a grain of salt, please, because Redditors are Redditors. Yeah, it's apparently they say it's the Devil's Trill story. I don't know what that means. So Tartini, apparently, Giuseppe Tartini, but it was a story published in 1798 or 1799. Right. So, yeah, no, I agree, Iceni. It should be easy to check, but apparently the Devil's Trill was in 1798 or 1799. But listen to it continue, and this is important.
Popular and famous, on the circuit, and within a few years, she gets involved with drugs, goes to needles, gets HIV. Now she's dying in a New York hospital.
Right. So 1798 or 1799 is probably where he got this from. Right. So this is an obvious. He's heard the story 20 years ago, apparently. So 20 years ago, she was a student on tour and then dying of HIV/AIDS. It's really weird. I think it's just a made up story, right? It's just made up and based upon this old thing called the Devil's Trill. But somebody else says Lagua, Devon Gracia Montalban Lagua, who apparently was a Juilliard-educated violinist, but there's nothing in it. Like she didn't have a sort of devil story. She didn't have AIDS. She didn't have any of this stuff. It's sort of, yeah, it's really, really weird. He just, so nobody knows who this is. Nobody, it's just a made up story that this guy's putting out there. I'd love to see who he thinks it is and fact check him. But of course, you will never reveal the name of the person because it's just made up.
And this whole thing comes back to how this started. And she calls her Filipino mother and tells her the story.
Yeah, so this person I was talking about was Filipino, Devon Gracia Montalban Lagua. Juilliard grad, went on the international tour, Filipino mother. Within that time frame, decades again, there's nothing about AIDS. There's nothing about, anything like it. There's nothing about her making a deal with the devil. There's nothing about this. This sounds like utter BS.
And mommy calls the chancery, hysterical. I need an exorcist right away for my daughter. So Jim is the exorcist. He shows up and they tell him the whole story from the dream forward. And he says, okay, well, that's not good. You signed a blood covenant with the devil. So I'm going to need you to break that with a blood covenant. So you're going to write out the whole creed and then you're going to sign it in your blood. Well, the doctor's like, she has AIDS. She's not signing anything in blood. Not going to happen. And he says, well, then you need to step out of the room because she needs to do this. And she did do it. And she signed the contract, the creed. And within a few seconds.
The creed, for those who don't know, is I believe in God, the Father Almighty.
What we believe is as our faith.
Yes.
Yeah. The whole faith, neat little package. And she signs it. And she convulses and flatlines and dies. So now the doctor comes back and he's really upset. The mother is out of her mind. They're all blaming the priest. Hysteria goes on for about 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden she jumps up off the table. She's back. And they test her. No HIV, no AIDS. She's completely healed.
Yeah, that's absolute BS. Like, can we see the medical records on this one? I think that if this was what you claim it to be, doctors everywhere would be paying attention to the case, but it's not. It's just a made up story. Someone's told a story about a violinist and it's gotten out of control. So not only has she made a pact and then sort of gotten to this bad thing because of this pact, which is not recorded anywhere, she's been resurrected as well. Maybe this violinist is the second coming of Christ. Seriously, what evidence do you have this is actually real apart from stories? I can also tell you a story about how if you say Bloody Mary into a mirror 3 times, she appears behind you and kills you. It doesn't make it true. This is just a myth. This is a myth.
And so she then committed for the rest of her life to only do music that would honor God and to tell people about the reality of the devil and not to make deals with him.
What's so crazy about the story is there are so many stories that I had not heard that story. I don't.
Yeah, no, because it's complete BS is why you haven't heard it. I mean, this guy is he just makes these things up. Who is this person? She's internationally famous. She wants people to know not to make deals with the devil. Why isn't she talking about it? Why do we have to hear it through you? Why isn't this something that we can easily look up? Why won't you give her name if she wants people to know not to make deals with the devil? Hey, mine's a cautionary tale, but don't tell them who I am. What? Come on now. If I go through something and I don't want people to know what I've, to experience what I've gone through. I've gone through a whole load of stuff, and I have in my life. I've gone through a whole load of stuff. I had a stint where I fell into drugs and mischief and all kinds of stuff. Sure. And if I want people to know that, but I don't want them to know who I am. Really? Really, you want to save people from committing the same mistake, and you're an international violinist, so your name is known anyway, but you don't want people to. This reeks of absolute crap. Like, this absolutely does. This is a story. This is a made up story.
I'm trying to think, even if I reading some of your writing, but wow, hearing that, I'm struck. But then I think, well, there are all these miracles that have happened throughout history, and then what hits me is How do people not believe in the face of all of this? Well, even I was just at a conference on signs and wonders. So I was thinking of all these little coincidences, these improbable, perhaps naturally impossible things that everybody has experienced at some point in his or her life.
Yeah.
And when they strike you, you're so hit by them. And then 5 seconds later, you just go on with your life, and it's as though they never happened.
Yeah, it's a coincidence. It's called a coincidence. The coincidences happen. No one's saying coincidences aren't real. The whole point is you've got to show that it's actually something doing that other than just coincidence. Like a girl let loose a balloon in England, a red balloon, put her name on it and everything, and it landed in the backyard of a girl with exactly the same name. Like, it's insane. It's just a coincidence, though. That's all it is.
So then I'm actually less surprised that people could hear a story like that and not believe.
I think a third of the people, if you picked up a mountain and moved it over there.
Well, it's interesting, you are, Victoria. It's interesting because, that would be huge news for somebody famous. I mean, it was huge news when Magic Johnson's HIV went into remission, and he seems to have, basically been cured of AIDS. It's not unheard of. That's the thing. It's just he's claiming that she died, came back to life, and it is that which cured the AIDS, not probably the AIDS medication and everything that she was taking. I don't, but I don't believe this story for a second. Considering the amount of utter crap this guy has spewed, I don't believe it for a second.
There, a third of the people believe right away. A third of the people will say it never happened. It was always over there, and a third of them will be confused.
Yeah, so this is the mountain moving kind of thing. When the mountain moves, a third of the people will believe it straight away. But the problem is you're not showing us the mountain that's moved. What you're doing is pointing to a mountain and saying, hey, the mountain moved, but I didn't have a camera to catch it on. There's no way I can show it to you. You've just got to believe my word for it. Yeah, damn right we don't believe that. Damn right. And neither should we. It would be intellectually dishonest to believe somebody that says that, because we don't see mountains move. So if you're claiming that something above and beyond the physical world that we experience normally happens, the onus is on you to provide proof that it actually did for us to believe you. If I point to a mountain and say, hey, that mountain actually moved, you'd be well within your rights to say, hey, we'll prove it. Show me something. Why don't you set up a video camera to capture these moving mountains? I don't. It's so ugh. Like his critical thinking is terrible, especially in the realms of, is there any way I could be wrong about this? He just basically says, no, I can't be wrong. I can never be wrong. Of course you can be wrong. Everyone can be wrong.
And I think that's just.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's a most reverend. No, he's a very reverend. He can't be wrong. He has to be very reverend.
The way human nature pans out. I've been pretty blessed in my life. I've seen so many miracles. I mean, so many.
And you've never had a camera for one, right? Yeah, your phone don't work. Miracles happen constantly to you, but you just can't get your phone up in time. Come on, man. Seriously?
That I expect them now. I used to be a contemplative hermit, just pray in the woods with a group of hermits for the most of the day.
How do you have a group of hermits? How does that work? Okay, I'm confused now. How do you have a group of hermits? Aren't hermits people that live by themselves? Isn't like a group of hermits an oxymoron? Were you in a cult? Is this a cult thing? I don't understand that. I thought hermits lived by themselves. Maybe they just sort of gathered together occasionally. I don't know how this works. A group of hermits. Yeah, that's first.
And when during that time, the Lord one day said to me, he said, the days are fast approaching.
Yeah, so this is the guy. And do keep this in mind. This guy basically says, yes, the Lord talks to me. He gives me messages. I am the messenger. So basically, at this point in time, he's claiming to be a prophet. The Lord says to me. Right?
When the extraordinary will seem ordinary. The extraordinary will seem ordinary. Meaning like the miraculous will be so prevalent for what I'm going to do that it will start to seem ordinary.
Yeah, or it always was ordinary and you're giving it sort of, supernatural attributes that it just doesn't have. I mean, you could say that about science. The extraordinary will seem ordinary. Yeah. I mean, what?
But don't ever take it ordinary, because it's all grace and you have to always acknowledge it. This is a great gift. And There are just so many. I mean, even the smallest little things. Like there's a nun I'm friends with in Medjugorje.
People hear these miracles.
Yeah, so this is anecdotapalooza. So I skipped over a couple. I hope you don't mind. It got too much. I just skipped them.
And they'll sort of laugh or write it off or just dismiss them, including the Christians. And I sometimes wonder, say, hold on, you believe that God the Son became incarnate and walked around and performed public miracles and then was crucified and died and was buried and on the third day rose again from the dead and sojourned on earth again for 40 days, performing so many miracles that St. John could not possibly record them all because all those books would fill up more than the entirety of the earth. But you don't believe that your car keys could have turned up in an improbable place. You don't believe that God could multiply some pudding cups. Where does the leap of faith jump in here? It seems.
Yeah, well, we don't believe that. I don't see any reason to believe the miracles of the Bible. But this is the thing, like, yeah, so you don't believe that your car keys, but why don't you just believe that you could have lost your car keys, then found them again? Like when you're not praying, that happens anyway. Like, I get that prayer gives you a positive outlook on life. And look, I'm all about a positive outlook on life. I really am. I'm all about, hey, you know, you should be grateful for things that you have, like privileges. Like even just, I am incredibly privileged to have running water. I'm aware of this. I am incredibly privileged to be able to turn a tap and get water. I am. And I'm incredibly privileged to have a roof over my head and have food to eat and all of these things. Gratitude isn't a bad thing, but when you're being grateful to sort of something that doesn't exist, that's when it becomes bad. Because a big predictor for mental health problems in young people is the belief in demons, because the flip side is true as well. When you're placing this idea that it is outside entities attacking you, it can lead you down some pretty horrible roads, rather than, hey, these things do happen. We have to accept that suffering does exist and that we're going to suffer in some way throughout our life. Try to minimize it. There's practical things you can do for that. Not, you know, sort of cast out demons and things, but really practical things you can do. You know, support one another, accept help from people. But be you know, sort of grateful to people for their help. None of this is spiritual. All of it's just people helping people.
You've already accepted quite a lot.
I don't know. I feel it's the new beatitude. Blessed are the unbelievers. They will not be disappointed.
Blessed are the unbelievers. They will not be disappointed. I don't even know what that means. Isn't not being disappointed a good thing? Why won't we be disappointed? If you're right and there is a heaven, aren't I going to be disappointed? Okay. It's a weird statement to make. It's a weird statement to make.
Because part of believing is impactful on seeing the miracle, experiencing the miracle.
So just listen to what he said there. Believing it is impactful on seeing it. I completely 100% agree with this statement. If you believe that finding your car keys is a miracle, and you believe that with all your heart and all your mind and all your soul, or whatever euphemism they're talking, yeah, I think you will see that as a miracle, yes. But that is confirmation. Like what he's just described is confirmation bias. That's what he's just described is confirmation bias. Listen to that. Listen to that again.
Experiencing the miracle.
Accepted quite a lot.
I don't know. I feel it's the new beatitude. Blessed are the unbelievers. They will not be disappointed. Because part of believing is impactful on seeing the miracle, experiencing the miracle, bringing forth the miracle. Jesus could do very little in his hometown, not because he.
So you have to believe it before it'll happen. Yeah.
He couldn't do it because he's bound by his own rules of providence. And so he has required that faith be part of him doing the miracle.
Why is God bound by anything? Why do you have to believe in a God for him to do anything? And I want to draw your attention back to these fake martial arts masters, the ones that can knock down people. They say, hey, you've got to believe it in order for it to work. Yeah, no joke. An unbeliever, they won't work on them because them. Yeah, no joke. He's a no-touch martial arts master. If you don't believe, it won't affect you. Why not? Why not?
So if you're not going to believe, you're not going to see him.
What is that? If you don't believe that it's a miracle, you won't see them. What? Like, seriously? You've got to believe it's a miracle before you see the miracles. I mean, this guy could not get any more into confirmation bias if he believed confirmation bias was his natural state of affairs. It's absolutely incredible how much he is priming himself to see an everyday occurrence as a miracle. That's what he's doing. Because if you believe, the miracles will suddenly come. You just have to believe they're miracles.
Unless, he has an incredible amount of love for you to the point of like Saul of Tarsus, where he's going to force you to see.
Yeah, I mean,
which he sometimes
keeps you off
does.
your horse.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes he'll do it.
And you mentioned earlier these young people, like this case of this violinist woman, who say, I would do anything for fame. I would do anything. And all these young and hungry people who are very ambitious. I can't help but notice there's a lot of occult and demonic symbolism, specifically in Hollywood. And we focus on it now because Sam Smith gets up at the Grammys dressed up like the devil and jiggles around about cheating on your wife, and I don't know, Lady Gaga doing weird performances and all sorts of things. But this has been the case in Hollywood forever.
Well, I would go back further. Jesus said, the prince of this world, the ruler of this world is Satan, right?
But it seems especially pronounced in Hollywood. Or am I wrong?
No, you're
Yeah, so you're seeing a lot of the sort of what the host is upset or wants to focus on is Hollywood, politics, sort of the more right-wing talking points kind of thing, and you can see that he wants to focus on that. He's got an issue with the progressives in Hollywood kind of thing. Is really what he's going for. Look, I've got issues with Hollywood, but there's nothing supernatural about it.
right. But now he has vehicles to promote that he didn't have back then. So, I mean, think about this. That violinist, that was pre-social media. Now, think about all the people on Instagram that just want to be loved, and they put all this stuff out there. Why? So that you'll like them. It's all about envy. Instagram is just about envy. And
envy, and I suppose gluttony, in that they call it a feed. Like you're scrolling through your feed.
That's not why it's called a feed. There was RSS feeds back in the day. It's just like, seriously, that's not what they call it, a feed. It's more related to feeding a cartridge or feeding a conveyor belt into something. Like you're misunderstanding where the word actually comes from. It's not because you're consuming it. It's because it's being fed into your phone one item at a time, like a belt cart, like a belt of ammunition into a machine gun kind of thing. It's a feed. It's feeding it. Oh boy. And this isn't the last one of these that they'll misunderstand, especially about technology. These two don't understand technology at all, and that becomes very evident. So hold on to your horses, people. These two absolute IT geniuses are going to break this apart.
Create your appetite for pixels.
yeah. And in Twitter, that's all about anger.
Yep.
And Facebook they just sell you.
Yeah.
So they're all involved in one of these sort of capital sins, and how that draws people in. Imagine if you're spending your whole day trying to make the world love you, and you're taking your own photo all day and photoshopping it and putting in fancy backgrounds and then posting it saying, look at me, look at me, look at me.
Okay, so keep in mind, this guy calls himself the Very Reverend, claims to talk to God, and says that he has amazing abilities in exorcism and things like that. Like, this is a person who is talking himself up to the point of supernatural powers, who is saying, hey, people are obsessed with themselves. Come on, dude, seriously? I think the irony is a little thick there.
I mean, that's narcissist right there. You don't have the pool to fall in, but you're already in. And those people are trapped because that doesn't end after one post. Then they have to do one tomorrow. And this is a whole life is all about them.
Have you heard about the AI demon?
I have.
The story, for those who haven't heard it before, is
and this is where they get into tech stuff, which is actually hilarious, because it seems like the priesthood and the evangelical crew, they will only accept you in if you've got no idea how technology works. Like, that seems to be their criteria. They seem to have a survey. Do you understand anything about technology? No. All right, you're in. It's ridiculous.
An AI engineer or artist was experimenting and plugged in, said, give me a picture of Marlon Brando. And a picture of Brando pops up. And this person was trying to explore the breadth of the map that AI is processing. So I said, okay, show me the opposite of this. And it shows a landscape or something. Okay, show me the opposite of that. So you think, okay, maybe that shows you Brando again, right? The opposite of the opposite. But it doesn't. It shows this woman's withered old hag that this artist calls Loab. And then the artist inputs generated pictures of heaven, angelic choirs and worshiping God, and inputs that, juxtaposes it with the Loab, this demon-looking lady. And what the AI spits out are the most gruesome images: snuff, sexual abuse, violence, all this hideous, almost as if you presented an image of heaven to a demon.
Yeah.
Maybe the craziest part of it is, apparently this Loab demon AI lady persists. That is, she's kind of separated from a lot of the other images in the map. And so AI seems to like her. She keeps popping up. She doesn't get smeared and blurred with all the other images. And I'm reading about this and I'm thinking, is this just some weird, quirky coincidence, or is this a demon?
No, it's just the way the algorithm's working. Yeah. So Loab it's a weird thing. It's basically so he has the gist of it right. So this is Loab. It is a computer generated image. It's kind of very freaky the way that it's doing it. So it's Steph Swanson was basically doing an AI generation. She requested the opposite of Marlon Brando, and it produced a business logo. This logo is what it produced, right? As the opposite of Marlon Brando for some reason. It's just decided the theoretical opposite. It's negative prompt weights. She asked the AI for the opposite of that logo, and this woman came up. And so when you use negative prompts, a lot of times it's really varied. It was really unusual to get a bunch of images of what was recognizably the same woman. This was an anomaly. She ran the prompt, kept getting Loab. The only thing the prompt makes is this woman for some reason. We don't know, but she basically crossbred it, and horror came up. Like I'll just skip past it, but yeah, really horrible images came up, and she sort of persisted, like she said. The strong reaction I got was someone shouldn't mess with demons and be punished by God. Some thought it was a fabrication, others dismissed it as just data. Steph is unequivocal in saying there's nothing supernatural about Loab. There's nothing supernatural about it. It's like almost scary than being supernatural. It's so it's just the AI putting something in. So basically the AI sort of making this thing and then sticking to it, because it seems to be an image that's caught in its learning algorithm. It seems to be absolutely caught. Now, crossing it, Steph could sort of blend it out, but it would lead back there upon occasion. And this is the thing about the way that the AI works. We don't really know why it produced this image, and we don't really know why it came up with that. But there's nothing supernatural about it. Like if you've used AI generators, and I do use them. I actually use them for my thumbnails and stuff. They can produce some really zany results, right? If I need a picture of, say, a hay-eating eagle or something, I will use AI, and sometimes it produces the wackiest results for some reason, especially when you're using negative prompts. Like, what is the opposite of this image? It will do some crazy stuff, because we understand things in terms of how to put it. We understand things in terms of opposites being binary oppositions of ideas, concepts, right? Light is opposite of dark, but that's not true in a logical sense. If you think about it, dark is the absence of light, not the opposite, right? So some things don't have opposites, like the opposite of Marlon Brando. What do you mean by opposite? Do you mean someone that's not famous? Possibly. Do you mean someone who's, instead of attractive, unattractive? Possibly. Do you mean instead of someone that's rich, someone who's poor? Possibly. Right. So you've someone, is the opposite of Marlon Brando, who's male, female? Possibly. You've got to take all of these things into account when you're asking for the opposite of something to an AI, because its criteria of what it's learnt and how it's been programmed will do some weird things to create that. So if I did say, hey, an AI would show you the opposite of Marlon Brando, it would be a woman, it would be unattractive, it would be poor, it would be, there's a whole load of things, but it also depends on what images that people see as Marlon Brando, that like the images that would come up under they call it a web crawler. Like Google's a web crawler. All it does is go through and look for things. So when you click images, it'll crawl through the web and just get the most accessed images in a row. That's how the algorithm works. So it depends what images people have been coming up with. So if Marlon Brando's most clicked on picture is a really smooth skin, then it might think the opposite is an unsmooth skin. If Marlon Brando's picture is somebody that is a nice person, then the opposite will be a not a nice person, right? So if you look at what comes up for pictures of Marlon Brando, right, the top pictures are him, attractive guy, movie star. You know what I mean? Like it. And I'm not saying this for certain. I'm not saying, hey, that's what the algorithm did and this is how it works. That is a possibility, because what I'm trying to get across is that when you say opposite to an AI, it can be like the criteria that it's using can be uncertain, to say the least. Uncertain, to say the least. And I'm just sort of.
Well, you can't know for sure, especially being third party, not present for the whole thing, right? I didn't even hear about that one, by the way. I heard about the New York Times reporter who went to test the whatever it is, GHC, whatever.
ChatGPT.
Yes, and
yeah, so they don't even know what ChatGPT is called, and ChatGPT can spit out some weird results as well. Like I'm not saying ChatGPT doesn't say this. It can spit out some really weird results.
went in and started talking to the thing. It was very civil for the first 5 minutes, and then that person left, and a new person came with a different name, and that person was much more intrusive and started really pushing into her. I don't know if it was a man or woman, but their personal life. It was a man, and then out of the blue says, "I love you" to the man, and he's like, "Okay, that's weird. First of all, you're not real, and you're not a person." And then the thing starts telling him he has to leave his wife. She's no good for him. She's going to destroy his life, and it dragged him down a rabbit hole of horror, right? And when he got out of it, he couldn't sleep the whole night. So that's a sign that something is irritating him.
Yeah, so this is just AI being AI. It just like, so there's nothing demonic about ChatGPT. All it does, and we've got a super chat from Pinworm for $5 US. Super chat for the super cat. Thanks, Pinworm. Thank you, mate. But ChatGPT, all it does is copy language that's on the internet. It just roams around the internet and copies things that people have said on the internet, prompted by a lot of weighting on what you say to how it responds. So it'll just incorporate that in its learning algorithm. It's not doing anything by itself. All it's doing is copying the internet's kind of response to it. And there's some guidelines on how it does that. But no, I believe that, no, I believe Loab happened, and I believe that the ChatGPT thing happened because he probably asked for a different person. And the problem is that when you ask for a different person, like the algorithm may go, okay, well, I'll find something completely different than what I've been doing. And it can be very, very, very different and can say some crazy stuff. Look, ChatGPT, if you give it the right prompts, it can say some really weird things, but it's not the program. It's the internet. It's getting it from the internet. It's kind of our collective subconscious. It's just getting it from the internet. You've all been on the internet. You know how mad the internet can be. And a massive shout out to Robin, again, gifted 1 membership. Do I have any automatic gift, like any free gifted memberships left? I don't know. Let me check in a second. But that was hit Twitch. Congratulations, Twitch. Enjoy your emotes. YouTube gifting. Yeah. Never thought I'd see the day. But thank you, Robin. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT can do some crazy stuff.
Even after he left. So that would have more telltale kind of signs by what happened after he left. And not being able to sleep is one of them. And it really.
Yeah, it could have done. It could have done. It depends on what prompts that you give it. You know, if you say to the sort of thing, hey, I don't feel like you're very cold and clinical. Why don't you warm up a bit? It may see that as a route to that outcome. It depends what they said to it. disparagingly of Beamsy? Why? Beamsy's not even here as far as I'm aware. If Beamsy's here, he's definitely lurking.
It kind of terrified him. He's like, that was so weird. I would never go back on that thing. There was another one on TikTok of a father who was testing this whole AI thing with a person, AI. And then the son wanted to try it. So the dad's like, sure, it's fake. So and all of a sudden the son goes, well, where did you come from? And he says, well, I existed from long ago. And he goes, what does that mean? He goes, my father was one of the giants. And he goes, what do you mean by giant? He goes, a Nephilim. And he goes, who is your father? And he goes, Satan. And then he goes, but I'm not going to hurt you. And he puts up a happy face. So then the kid's like, Dad, this thing is going down a weird path. And then the father started watching and it went weirder. And then the dad's like, we're off, right? So that's not normal for a programmed computer program to go into, I'm the son of Satan and I want to be your friend and I'm not going to hurt you, although I can. So I can hurt you.
Yeah, so this is kind of, I looked on TikTok for this, couldn't find it. Like, it's just another one of his stories. All of these are sort of urban legends, and we don't know what prompts they gave. Oh, good night, Shane. Take care, mate. We don't know what kind of back at you. Love you too, buddy. Love you too. We don't know what kind of prompts that was given to this AI. We don't know what happened to it. We don't know what we don't know anything about it. All we have is a story. And this is the problem. He will believe the story because his confirmation bias says, oh, there are demons. If I hear this story, that is true because there's demons. It's confirmation bias. He is confirming what he already believes to be true with an anecdote that he's heard.
But I'm going to be nice to you.
I do regularly refer to my phone as a portal to hell. So, I guess I'm not terribly surprised.
What phone do you have?
Yeah, so these guys obviously have phones. They have cameras. And he does exorcisms and sees demons all the time. And he can't get his phone out for that. Which is strange to me. It's sort of, from the very start, this reeks of, hey, I do these things, but I'm not going to back it up. I can't back it up. You've got a phone.
An iPhone.
Yeah. The image on the iPhone is what?
It's an apple with a bite taken out.
Yes.
Oh, it's an apple with the bite taken out of it. Do they know where that logo comes from? Any bets? Any bets they'll know where that logo comes from?
Odd, right?
That is odd.
Yeah. Forbidden fruit.
I was walking through a mall.
Yeah, you're an idiot. You don't know where the logo comes from. Let me elucidate you because you have absolutely no idea. Apple logo evolution, right? Do you know what Apple's original logo was? It wasn't just an apple. Does anybody know? No, it's Newton. It's the Apple story from Sir Isaac Newton. That was their original logo. It said, Newton, a mind forever voyaging through strange seas of thought alone. Yep, that was their original logo. It was created in 1976, the year that I was born, and it wanted to represent the law of gravity that inspired by the apple. And it then got changed into the apple with a bite taking out of it to sort of Steve Jobs basically made it into that because it was a small size and it was a lot more compact. But yeah, the apple has nothing to do with religion or any kind of forbidden fruit. No, it's not. It's Newton's apple. It's the apple that falls, giving you inspiration. And the bite is like, we're taking inspiration, right? That it represents inspiration. So no, they don't know where it comes from. They're talking out of their ass. They've got no idea, and they claim this is true. It's silly.
Just the other day, and I looked at the Apple store, and I looked at the logo, and I had that thought. I said, wait a second. Does that have
Somebody chose that logo.
Yeah.
No, they
it's
didn't.
Subtle because you don't think it right away, but then when you start to...
No, they didn't choose that logo. They chose Newton's apple. You just are interpreting it that way because you have, say it with me, confirmation bias.
See all the evil that can be perpetrated through the phone and the apps and the social media, all of it. We live in the most difficult time to be virtuous.
Really? You think that, back in the medieval times when there was no real police force, no real thing stopping you from attacking your neighbor, you know, barons would war, you know, robber barons would raid across the Dark Ages. Like what, you know, back before then in tribal society, like I don't.
So 100 years ago, even they didn't have to contend with any of this stuff. None of it.
And the portal.
Yeah, okay, I get you. Technology's hard for you. I get you. Okay, boomer. Not all boomers hate technology, by the way. We established that last stream. Some boomers are perfectly fine with tech. Some boomers are on board with technology. I salute you. You're not really boomers as far as I'm concerned. But this whole thing of, you know, I think that there is a greater level of accountability now, because you can't just get away with sort of, you know, sexually harassing a woman and walking away from it like, oh, well, that's what men do. Like, your accountability is actually higher, in my opinion. Things have changed, sure, but that doesn't mean they're definitely worse.
To hell on the phone. The main one that people write into my show about all the time, that I suspect,
yeah, 100%,
has a lot to do with the kind of weird demonic activity we see. It's porn.
Yes, that's the true pandemic.
It's hard to look at the.
Yeah, and so that's the true pandemic, is mobile phones. It isn't the thing that killed, like, you know, millions of people throughout the world. No, it's mobile phones, of course.
Political scene and not think that there could be some demonic activity, especially when it comes to an issue that's very hot, transgenderism.
You know, they had to go here, right? I include this bit. I cut out a lot of it. I really got sick of it. But yeah, they had to go here. The trans issue and demons. They had to go here. And this is what made me upset about this particular thing. Of course, it's Daily Wire. It's absolute trash. Like, do not sully your mind with this absolute trash.
And I'm sure there are all sorts of mental problems that are involved there. But I can't help but think when someone comes up, and we've all seen these videos of someone saying, hey, no longer call me she or her. I am now they. I am now multiple people. There was a video of a young woman who said,
it's not multiple people. It's not multiple people, you idiot. They doesn't mean multiple people. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, so when you say, hey, I took my car into this mechanic and they did this to my car, you're not talking about multiple people in that instance. One person did it. Right? Or they assigned me a case manager and they did this. You're not talking about multiple people. You're talking about one person. So if I say, hey, my internet company assigned me a case manager for my complaint and they decided it didn't have any merit. You're talking about one person. They also applies when the gender is indeterminate. But you don't understand English. Oh boy. Them means human? No. It's basically a gender neutral term, and it's always been gender neutral. It's not just made up. Like when you say, hey, yeah, what did they say? Yeah, exactly. It's been used, but it's basically a term that is gender neutral for referring to someone, a pronoun that is gender neutral. Like they think that pronouns were just made up in the last 10 years or so. No, pronouns have been around forever. And this is a gender neutral pronoun. That's why we're using it. But it's been used to be a gender neutral pronoun ages before this. It's not new. It's not something that's been made up. But they think that because you refer to it, it's also used as gender neutral because it can refer to a group. It can refer to a group of people. It can also refer to one person whose gender you don't know. It can also be used to refer to one person just in a gender unspecific way. Right? I gave a present to my friend. What did they say? Right. If I don't know the gender of the person, I can use what did they say. I may even know the gender of the person and say, hey, what did they say? And this has been used for ages. Yep. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Absolutely right.
I have headmates, and my headmates are insisting that I go through a surgery so I look more like a man. I don't.
That is such, like, that he is making stuff up. He is making stuff up. Like my headmate, I have voices in my head. The only person that has voices in their head is the very reverend that you are talking to right now who hears God telling him to do shit. That is the only person with voices in their head. The trans community don't have headmates telling them to do this. It is so wrong, his understanding of trans issues. So wrong. He is completely wrong. It's actually frustrating.
I want to. I love my body, but my headmates insist that I do that. And I listen to that. Or even Sam Smith is saying,
Who is saying that? Who is saying that? What trans people have you spoken to that say, hey, my headmates are saying this? I speak to a fair few trans people. I do have friends from YouTube who are trans people, and none of them are saying my headmates say this. None of them. It's ridiculous.
who danced around like the devil, who said, no, I'm they and them now. I think, well, I guess your legion for you are many.
No, they don't understand pronouns. They don't understand pronouns.
Is this just demons?
Demons are influencing at the very least.
Oh yeah, demons are influencing at the very least. Sure, like I'm not going to call it demonic.
Again, I can't diagnose somebody without meeting them and talking to them.
And this is the thing: like, you're not diagnosing anyone, mate. You're not a doctor. You're not a psychologist. You're not diagnosing anybody. You're playing pretend with your Bible and stuff, trying to say, hey, I do this amazing. Like, dude, stay away from trans people. They're not demon possessed. They're not demon influenced. They're not anything to do with that. It's called gender dysphoria in some cases. Some cases it's really bad. We don't need a priest. We need gender affirming care. Come on.
But I'll tell you this, it's a mockery of God for sure, because God said, let us make man in our image. He's the only one that gets to use a plural for his personhood. Okay.
Oh, special pleading. Special pleading. God gets to use plural. Special pleading. Special pleading.
Everybody else doesn't get to do that. Even Legion, it was because they were many of them, not because one was many. And then what else did it say? He made them male and female. Only God assigns gender. So this is
no, that's sex. Male and female is sex. You don't understand the difference between sex and gender. You don't understand. It's note how proud they are to be that ignorant. And yeah, Robin, I agree. You have to work very hard. You have to ignore a lot of what people have said to be that misinformed and to speak so authoritatively on it when you've basically ignored everything that's been said. And don't forget that they don't have any experience. They don't investigate papers on gender dysphoria and the psychological impact on their families and the people and how we can actually solve this problem. All they do is sit around and basically pray and confirm their biases and see demons and like, come on, leave it to professionals and not professional idiots.
Man trying to become God. It's the same. This is the same story in Genesis 3 over and over and over. It was pleasing to the eye and looked appealing.
No, trans people are not man trying to become God. Come on, like, seriously, this is silly.
And so they went for it. They wanted to be like God. And this is the same thing. When you think you can assign gender, when you think you can terminate life, when you think you can start life, that's not your role. That's God's role. So this is the greatest affront to attack and blaspheme God that we've ever seen in the history of the world.
Really? I mean, listen to this rhetoric. So the Satanic Temple and the Church of Satan, that's not the greatest effort to blaspheme people. Just trans people in general are. That's the greatest.
And when people say these things, this pronoun thing, I think they believe it. Not all of them, but I think many of them actually believe what they're saying, but it doesn't make it true. It means they're very lost. They're very deceived, perhaps. And I feel badly for them. I don't hate them. I feel like, my gosh, how awful it would be to think you're in the wrong body, right?
Well, at least he's got some empathy for people and he feels badly for them, but you're not helping them. You're not helping. You're just sort of saying, hey, you're influenced by demons. That isn't helpful. Ugh.
Terrible.
Is this a job that you wanted? Obviously, being a Catholic priest is, being an exorcist.
No, not in particular. I didn't want to be a priest. I didn't want to be in the church. I mean, come on. Who could make this?
Feel free to quit anytime. Anytime.
What's up, right? No, and generally, if you want to be the exorcist, that's a pretty good sign that you should be. Because if you're fascinated by the devil, that's not a good thing. He's to be respected in the fact that he's more powerful than I am. And it's only by God's power that I do what I do. It's nothing is from me.
So this is the guy sort of telling people how he channels God's power, that all of the young people these days are obsessed with their own, with themselves kind of thing. Like the projection that this guy is doing is incredible. He's the messenger. He hears God. He channels God. He's got these superpowers. But it's really the young people who are obsessed with themselves. Ugh.
I am just the conduit that he works through. And I tend to be probably in a bad way fearless, which is helpful with this ministry. I don't get afraid because I really, if you want me to do it, I'm going to do it, but you have to protect me. And I can't imagine why you'd let him hurt me. Although I did have a woman who literally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fearless in this. Yeah, because probably it's not true deep down. Like, it's just somebody with some horrible mental illness. I don't know that for sure, but yeah, some of the stuff that he says is tossing up some real red flags for me. Not just the trans issues, the fact that he thinks that NASA investigates miracles, the fact that he doesn't understand, like he hasn't even fact checked any of the stories that he said. It really is throwing up some red flags. There's more red flags as well.
Was on the floor like a snake, and I had my little handler next to me to protect me, and we're in a chapel in front of the Blessed Sacrament's in the.
She was doing the snake. She was doing the snake.
Tabernacle. I'm doing the prayers, and she flew off the floor in one movement. It wasn't like she got up. It was went whoosh, and she took my stole and wrapped it around my neck and started choking me. And it was a choke that was blocking my air. And I kept looking at my friend here. I'm like, do something. He's like, no. And I finally said, in the name of Jesus, stop. And she fell on the floor again. But that's the only time I've been attacked.
Also worth mentioning, you're a pretty big guy. I mean, the idea that some smaller woman would be able to actually choke you seems implausible to me.
Well, flying off the floor seems implausible too.
Flying off the floor also seems.
So when I saw that, I'm like, this is not good.
Yeah, and again, he didn't have his phone. This is the stuff this guy sees on an almost daily basis and never gets his phone out. He said he has a phone. Says, I presume that phone has a camera. But he doesn't film any of this. He doesn't provide any proof of this. She flew off the floor. Really? And you have somebody standing by and they don't have a camera on them. They don't have a phone with a camera. They're just standing around watching. And when you ask them to help, they go, no. Give your man a camera. What's wrong with you?
Speaking of the other woman that you alluded to before, the nun, you said she was satanically ritually abused as a kid.
Yeah.
This is the sort of thing when that phrase comes up.
Mm-hmm.
The really respectable liberal people will tell you, oh, that's a ridiculous conspiracy theory. That doesn't happen. Get off your
It is a ridiculous conspiracy theory. This is Satanic Panic 2.0, by the way. So, put your tinfoil hats on, get your rosemary beads and crosses out. It's Satanic Panic time. It's all about the devil taking over. Put on your safety glasses. Burn your D&D books. Do whatever you can. It's Satanic Panic 2.0 all over again.
tinfoil hat. There's no satanic ritual abuse that goes on, and yet it does.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, I'm convinced. There's no Okay, so a lot of the papers and the things are basically, for instance, Department of Justice. There was a objection letter written that was really good, actually. KV Lanning. Basically, satanic ritual abuse of children is not widespread, right? So I'm not saying it never happens. Okay, I'm not saying it never happens. I need a tinfoil hat emoji. I think you might be right. Kamikaze, that is such a good idea. I think you may be right. And I was going to check. So here's what happens, and this is sort of been documented and studied. There are a number of papers, but I couldn't find any free ones, so I I don't have any free memberships, which is bad. Okay, well, if I had them, I would send them out. Okay, so some child molesters may use the trappings of Satanism to frighten young victims, large-scale conspiracies, and multiple human sacrifices. So what they're doing is these abusers are using the fear that's been instilled in the children by their church about, satanic cabals that control everything in order to stop them from telling people about the abuse and stuff. Right, so they're using the fear that's been instilled in them to try to control them. Further, some satanic ritual abuse appear to have 4 dynamics: multiple young victims, multiple offenders, fear as the controlling tactic, and bizarre ritualistic activity. Some of what victims allege in these cases is physically impossible. Further, the most significant crime being alleged in certain cases, particularly those involving human sacrifice and cannibalism, do not seem to be true. Also, that there can be pathological distortion, traumatic memory, normal childhood fears and fantasies, misperception and confusion. So what we're talking about is that the children have this idea that it's, and sometimes that is instilled by the abuser, which is just horrible, that they're taking advantage of some fear that's been put in them by their church, who is supposed to protect and take care of them. And secondly, it can also be them coming to terms with this thing and misperceiving it. Like, so if somebody does that horrible, you may think of it as a demon doing it to you, or a cult doing it towards you, where it is in fact just a normal case of abuse. I mean, absolutely horrible, don't get me wrong, but there's no satanic thing involved. And I'm not saying it never happens. I'm saying that this whole thing, that it's widespread, it's not. It's not widespread. It's not doing it at all. There's this other thing of Satanism, ritual abuse, and multiple personality disorder. And yeah, no, I'm with you, John. I'm absolutely with you. And that's what I was about to get next. A systematically abused women as having devil possession issues, and your psychologist consult didn't pick up on that. Right. Because usually the psychologist is going to be a Christian, a believer, a Catholic, and they're going to hear this story and go, oh, you were abused as a cult. That opened the door to Satan. That opened the door to the demons, right? He's going to dismiss that because of his beliefs. And that's the problem. But yeah, so this is satanic panic. It doesn't happen on the scale they're talking about. There may very well be. I mean, I do remember where some girls in Perth, where I am, they or just outside of Perth, maybe in one of the southwest towns, killed another girl because of Slender Man. They were trying to bring Slender Man forward. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Slender Man was a copy paster. It was just a story that somebody made up on a website, a scary story about a slender man that would just appear, kind of thing, wearing a suit and stuff. So it does happen, but there's no reason to think that this is some, massive cabal that's taken over the world. There's no reason to think that. That's tinfoil hat thinking. And most of these abuse victims that say it's a satanic cult, it isn't a satanic cult. It's either a controlling mechanism by the abuser, or it's psychological trauma. That's what it is.
Why would they have reason to say that? How can you disprove something just because you haven't seen it? That's not logical.
This is the part.
Okay, so think about that for a second. How do you disprove something just because you haven't seen it? That is an egregious shifting of the burden of proof. I think it's, we can't really disprove something if we don't see it, right? But if we would expect to see it and we don't, that's pretty good evidence that it doesn't exist. The onus should be on you to prove that it's happening, not the opposite way around. Like, you're claiming this stuff happens all the time. But instead of going, and here's how I prove it, you're saying, well, you can't disprove it's happening all the time, so therefore you should believe it. Absolutely terrible critical thinking. And this is sort of one of the red flags that are cropping up. One of the terrible ways in critical thinking that this man is doing. Like, I could say, hey, there's an invisible dragon in my garage. How can you disprove it if you can't see it? Ridiculous. Bad man.
That a lot of people who are a little more secular or skeptical of all these, this is the part that they often get hung up on. It's not that someone would sexually abuse somebody else. It's not that someone would beat somebody else. It's not that someone would murder somebody else. It's that they would do it in a satanic ritual. That's the part that seems so absurd. If this is just a material,
yeah, that does seem absurd. But let's just examine that for a moment. It's not that we can't believe it would happen. What we do is we actually examine the evidence to say that it's happening. What we want to know, is it actually happening? And the evidence that we gather says no. right? The police reports and things, you know, and when we investigate, we find out that most of it is trauma, distortion through to trauma, or somebody faking it in order to control the subject. Like we don't just say, hey, I find it incredulous that that would ever happen. I don't believe it. No, when we actually investigate in a systematic way, we find out what it actually is. That's not just dismissing it out of hand.
The real world, we're all just bags of chemicals. Why would people engage in satanic ritual abuse?
And look, I'm not saying it's never happened, right? I'm not saying it's never happened. There probably has been crimes that have been committed because of satanic beliefs. But let's be fair. There's crimes that have been committed because of Christian beliefs as well. Let's be reasonable here. And I think for the Catholic Church to say, hey, there's these cabals of people doing these horrible things to children, I think that's a bit on the nose, quite frankly. Because if we're going to point out a organization and an institution that have been doing horrible things and a cabal that has been covering up doing horrible things to children, I'm going to point a big fat finger at the Catholic Church, because that's all they've been doing. Like it is so egregiously hypocritical for him to come out and say, oh, there's all these satanic cults harming children. You don't say. What about your own organization? Can we look at that for a second?
So what even is that?
Okay, so satanic ritual abuse is when usually it's a family member, like a parent or a grandparent. Usually it's not the parent, but a relative who takes the child and performs a ritual abuse, like a rape on a baby, which involves blood, and they consecrate the child to the devil. Why would you do that? Because it gives them great power.
It doesn't give them anything, and this isn't happening. Usually it is abuse, and then they frame it to the victim as, if you tell anybody, this satanic cult's going to track you down and kill you. But again, look in your own backyard. Oh, my favorite bug. Hey, bug. So good to see you. I've missed you. I really have missed you, bug. Caterpillar, just a wonderful person. Look, you can lurk, be comfortable, be yourself, be wonderful.
The devil asks for payment. What are you going to give me? I want one of the kids. And so they do. And they don't have to actually murder them, although sometimes there are SRA victims who are killed. Halloween is the #1 time of year for the most human sacrifice to the devil on the planet.
Yeah, I could not find any evidence of this, and boy, did I look. He also makes a claim about the homeless.
People go, that's ridiculous. Halloween's just about candy. It's not. In fact, in New York City, Father Labar was telling me that it's the #1 week leading up to Halloween where the most homeless go missing.
I didn't catch that name, but I looked for this. Like, do the homeless vanish in the week leading up to Halloween? No, I don't know who. He said someone in Navarra told me. I don't know what that is like for you know, what is that? Someone told you a thing? Really? I really looked for this. I really tried to track it down, like where this was coming from, and I could not find anything related to the. Look, he could be right. I don't know. I could not find, but I would imagine that if. Look, so here's the thing. What I did find, and I'll be perfectly blunt with you, what I did find is that Halloween crime rates increase. Okay? Absolutely it does. But the reasons why they give on the sources that I found wasn't because there's satanic cults roaming the earth, right? What goes up is things like vandalism, right? People trick-or-treating, vandalizing houses. It's vandalism, but it is a crime, so the crime rate goes up. Things like robberies and things, because people have masks on, right? It seems to be a good time if you're in the business to do that. There seems to be a lot of people crowded together, so there's a lot of drinking. There's a lot of this kind of stuff. It happens. That seems to be why the crime rate goes up, according to the sources that I found. But nothing says that, like this homeless thing. Wherever he got that from, it's so ridiculous.
There's these unmarked vans that come around and offer to take them to shelters and get meals for them, and they just bind them and they keep them and they satanically sacrifice them on Halloween.
Yeah, next week and things that never happened. Look, maybe that happened. Can you show evidence of that? It's not. So his thing is, well, I'm going to state this, and if you prove me wrong, you prove that it didn't happen. That is not how any of this works. You've made a claim, a positive claim. You prove that it happened. We don't have to prove that it didn't. I mean, if you have, report it to the police. Get the police involved. Come on now. I mean, I'm not saying homeless people don't go missing, but I don't think it's the weeks leading up to Halloween, and I don't think it's a satanic cult involved. I think that people just don't care about the homeless. I don't think we need a satanic cult for people to act awfully towards the homeless.
Who does it? These are people in occults. They keep hidden. I mean, obviously, if they were mainstream, that would be a bigger problem. But if that day comes, then I'm going underground.
Yeah.
But they're out there, and when I went off to exorcism training in Rome, these are seasoned exorcists that have been doing this for 20, 30 years that come in to teach what they've learned and what they've experienced. One of the most interesting things was a case of
and none of them have ever owned a camera. None of them have ever owned a camera or will own a camera in the future.
Medical doctor in Rome, who was invited to go to a party, and they said, there's a way you can triple your income like that. Just come to this party. He's like, okay. Goes, a very normal party, very bougie, high end. Drinks are flowing. Heavy hors d'oeuvres, beautiful setting. And then all of a sudden, all these people come out with the black robes and hoods, and this weird ritual begins. There was something done to a child, but it wasn't murdered, but it was foul. And he was a bit horrified. And then they
just a bit horrified, not totally horrified, just a bit.
Came over to him and said, we understand that you're interested in increasing your income. And he goes, well, I don't know about any of this.
Yeah, I just wanted to get rid
they
of
were like, he's like, well, we're not going to ask you to do that. Well, you can just give us one of your children. He goes, what do you mean give me one of my children? They go, just spiritually, not physically. And so he says, well, then you can have my daughter. I don't know. You look at me like that because I have the same mentality. Who would do this?
Yeah, so this is just a story that somebody told him from a conclusion kind of thing. The problem is that like anything, a lot of the time ritual is basically it's a way that you showing that you are part of the community that you are with, like any ritual. I mean, it can be a tea ritual, it can be a religious ritual, it can be a ritualistic hazing kind of thing. A lot of the time it is just an obsequience thing. It's showing that you can be part of the group. I don't know about any of this. I think that he's getting a tall tale told to him by an older exorcist kind of thing. That's from a Cthulhu story. I mean, I have read H.P. Lovecraft, but I don't remember. Oh, Robert E. Howard's short stories. Look, it wouldn't be the first time. I don't know about that. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen somebody read a story and then repeat it as if it were true. Howard's. Look, I'm quite a big fan of the Children of the Night is one of them. I don't know. Your guinea pig is named Cthulhu. Awesome. I love it. Look, I mean, look, H.P. Lovecraft is a really disturbed guy, but his stories are amazing. Some of the words Lovecraft uses in his stories. So if you're talking like Cthulhu mythos, so it's the Lovecraft mythos, he basically made it up. So, people talk about how Shakespeare used these words, but he used these words that were amazing. I can't remember. I used to have a list. Anyway, he did make sort of some words up, and it's really, really awesome what he did. But none of it's real. All of it's made up. It's kind of dark what happened to him, but a wonderful author, especially in sort of the horror genre.
But for some reason, he just had the influence over him that he would do it. Within 24 hours, the daughter starts having nightmares, then night terrors, then she's suicidal, and the father knows what's going on. So he finally tells the wife, and the wife is, as you can imagine, she's through the roof. So she calls the bishop, gets the Exorcist involved. The Exorcist says, this is a high-powered group running around Rome. That this is not the first case we've heard of, but they're not going to let you out. So we can do the exorcism of your daughter, but then you have to leave Rome. And he packed up and moved to South Italy because he was frightened from these people.
Yeah, and even though he's talking like he's completely knowledgeable, keep in mind that this is a story told to him about somebody else. Like, so he hasn't met this guy. What he's met is a guy that told him this story about another guy when he was being trained as an exorcist. So, you know, this really does sound like a tall tale. Look, I'm not saying there can't be. There's obviously been cults out there. There's definitely been cults out there, but you know, I really highly doubt. I mean, and he's in Rome. I mean, why didn't he go to the Catholic Church? Has some huge influence in Rome. Of course they do.
He saw what they did. So you don't have to believe it, but that doesn't mean it's not real.
It doesn't mean it's real either. Because you believe it, that doesn't mean it's real. It's a story. It's an anecdote.
Right. And when you see these sorts of symbols all over the place in your face from Hollywood or wherever else, you have to think, okay, well, the symbols mean something. Some producer is making the choice to put this symbol out there. People are engaging in these things. Even the videos that come out of all these weird secret societies where, you know, one of them, they're worshiping a big owl statue, or they're
the Bohemians.
The Bohemian Grove, or you see these, I know of certain rituals, you know, from secret societies at my own alma mater, and everyone thinks they're just kind of fun, and you know, okay, you get into a coffin or something like that, and probably the people doing it just think it's kind of a fun thing, but you are doing it. It is a ritual, even if you think it's just a silly little act to go worship an owl.
Yeah, and as I said, rituals are usually about conforming to the you know, sort of obsequiousing to the power, or conforming to the practices of that group that you're with. It's usually not about anything else. It's basically an expectation that you will behave in the same behavior as the other people in the group. All of this is pretty well understood, and that includes religious ritual as well, by the by.
Well, why are you doing it? Doesn't it have some meaning?
Yes, and because we're corporal beings, we have bodies. What we do matters. What we do matters.
I agree with that. That's the first thing he's probably said that I agree with. Because we have corporal bodies, what we do matters. Yes, correct.
And a lot of people think, well, I didn't mean anything by it. Well, that doesn't matter. When I do this, the Lord knows I'm invoking the Trinity. Now, if a pagan does that, are they invoking the Trinity? No, but it probably still gets the Lord.
Okay. So I can't do that, but it gets the Lord's attention. I can. Should I ping the Lord constantly? Should I just, you know, take up his time?
Lord's attention. Oh, look, there's somebody making the sign of the cross, but they don't know us. Maybe we'll go visit them. The devil does the same thing. You know, a lot of the ritual things people do, a lot of the yoga movements were originally tied to spirit.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I think I saw a YouTube video about that. Like the 16-year-old ended up working for him, kind of thing, at the church, and he sort of said, "Oh, it was because of her faith," but she didn't want to talk about it, and it was all very suspicious. And as soon as like the documenter expressed a little bit of doubt, he was sort of told not to come back and things. It's very, very suspicious. Yeah.
Ritual entities. And so when you make the movement, even though you're not thinking I'm inviting this thing in, maybe you are.
Yeah. Yeah, he just said yoga's inviting demons in. Look, yoga's just meditation and movement. It's not anything but that. It's you know, I know a lot of people assign a lot of spirituality to it. You know, good luck to them. I don't think there's anything spiritual to it, but yoga's, it's really good exercise and it's really good meditation. I don't like this whole thing is so stupid. And look, I mean, I don't want to throw shade, but he obviously does not do yoga. I gotta say that right now. Oh boy. Yeah, yoga's the hallmark of the devil. Come on, guys. You can do better than this. Like, seriously. There's nothing about yoga that's satanic. Nothing about yoga that is any way, you know, associated with the devil. It's just, you know, they are doing the satanic panic. This is satanic panic of the 80s all over again. And this time, instead of Dungeons and Dragons and, you know, satanic movies, it's trans and yoga. That's essentially what it is.
When we're talking about these groups, you know, you mentioned the Bohemians or all these weird kind of cult things. It's often powerful people who are associated with them. All the stories about the Freemasons and And then you think, well, it says right there in the gospel that the devil is the prince.
Yeah, the Freemasons are probably just a bunch of old guys trying to get away from their wives. I don't think the Freemasons have the control that you think they do. The Freemasons, yeah.
Of this world,
Mhm.
and there are principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places. So, not to get too far down the rabbit hole, but I've been convinced over the last 3 years that the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is about 6 to 9 months.
Really? Conspiracy theory and the truth is 6 to 9 months. No, like that's not. No, there's a million conspiracy theories that you don't believe. You don't just go, oh, well, I'll wait 6 months and it'll be true. No, the conspiracy theory that the election was stolen and that the conspiracy theory that Area 51 has aliens and stuff, that doesn't. See, this is the right-wing people. They basically want to just say stuff and say, oh, well, if you just wait 6 months, it'll be true. But then everyone's forgotten about it, but those people believe it, and they believe it's going to be proved. So he's kind of getting people to say, oh, well, in 6 months, that'll be true, so I'll believe it now. No, wait till it's proved. Reserve your judgment. Don't listen to these people. Go, okay, you claim that. Let's see if it's true. Not, oh, well, it'll be true in 6 months. He says so. Come on now. Oh boy. Yeah, this is a display of abysmal critical thinking. Like just terrible critical thinking.
Is that stuff just all true?
What stuff
Yeah, there's a budget Tucker Carlson over here.
do you speak of?
That these weird societies that have weird black hoods that show up at these cocktail parties in Rome with the canapé and the champagne, that they actually exist and powerful people are parts of.
They do exist.
And they believe it.
I believe the elites are part of it. What I say every
Well, tinfoil hats on, people. Yeah, I got to get that tinfoil hat emoji, kamikaze. I got to get it because seriously.
rich person is involved. No, like there's the St. Edwards out there.
Yeah.
But I think at a certain level, you get invited in, just like that doctor, right?
Mm.
And he's certainly not at that level. But there is a story I came upon about a year ago.
Yeah, story time. Have you had enough of story time? Anybody had enough of story time? No, we're having another story. Somebody told me this.
Of a Swiss banker at the highest level of banking. So we're talking global banking of billions and billions and billions of dollars. And he was also brought into this whole group where they were doing human sacrifice. And he knew he was going to have to do it at some point. And so he went to a journalist and recorded everything. And he said in his, basically his story of what was going on, I don't expect to be alive in a week, but this has to be told. And 3 days later, he was found face down in a bog, dead. And, when that happens and somebody has the nerve to step.
Yeah, and I tried to find this story. Like, if this would be the biggest breaking story if he recorded everything, the journalist broke it. I could not find it. Why can't I find this story? Give us details. Who is this journalist? Who is the person? If he wanted his story to be told and to everybody find out about this, why aren't you giving us the name of this person? And I mean, I'll answer my own question. Why he isn't giving the name of the person is because he doesn't know. He's never investigated this tall tale that he's telling. Like, give us the name. Give us the name of the journalist. When was the story broken? Where was the story broken? What paper was it broken in? Or what news outlet was it broken in? Give us details. If he wants his story to be known, why are you withholding the details? Oh, it's absolutely terrible. Like, it's just, oh, I heard this story, so it's got to be true. You've never once investigated it, have you? What's his name? Very Reverend Dan something? He's never once investigated these claims, never once looked at them, never once investigated them. I tried to find this so hard and could not. Like, I just...
You don't risk your life for something that's not true, right?
This is my friends who are skeptical of Christianity. They'll say, well, maybe it's just all a legend. Maybe it's all kind of made up. And I thought, well, 500 eyewitnesses to the resurrection, and, the Gospels were written, the earliest Gospels written.
No, there was not 500 witnesses to the resurrection. You have a book that says there was 500 witnesses to the resurrection. We don't... This critical thing is absolutely terrible. Because this guy says there's 500 witnesses, then we have 5. No, you don't have anything. You have somebody saying that there's 5. Like, your mind is so bad at actually thinking critically about this that you get told something and you assign it to your direct experience. right? Because that's what they're doing. They're saying, hey, somebody told me this, so my direct experience is this is true. It's still not direct experience. It's not. We have 500. No, you don't have 500 witnesses. You don't have one. You have a book. That's what you have. Yeah, Kamikaze, go ahead and name one of those 500 witnesses. Yeah, no, that's yeah.
Just a few decades of the resurrection. And putting all of that aside, why would 11 of these guys go off to their deaths? St. John goes and lives a long life, but the rest all go off to their deaths all around the world for a lie or something.
Well, we don't know they died for that, right? For instance, Paul is said to have been stabbed, but we don't know why he was stabbed, right? We don't know 100% that did happen because history is a bit fuzzy like that. But let's say he was stabbed. It does not in any way say that he was stabbed for his religion. It doesn't say that. So how do you know they did die for it? Allegedly, Peter was hanged upside down or crucified upside down, but we don't know that for sure. We only have the early church documents saying that's the case, and it seems to have appeared in the record at some point. We don't have any contemporary records for that.
It wouldn't. On top of the fact that if you looked at the church as a corporation in the world of commerce and industry, it is only by the grace of God that something run inept for so long could be still thriving.
Okay, so you heard it here first. The Catholic Church is inept. I agree with this statement. I don't agree at the reasons why it survived. I think the reasons why it survived is because, like all religions, it uses a combination of fear, a carrot and stick, fear and promise of reward to keep people in it. And let's be clear, the Catholic Church has an insane amount of money, and historically the Catholic Church kind of killed people that disagreed with them. And it isn't even the oldest surviving religion. The oldest surviving religion is Hinduism. That's older than Catholicism. So, I mean, what does that make Hinduism true? Is that somehow blessed by God? Why? Why is Hinduism blessed more by God? Because it survived more? And let's not forget that the Catholic Church is currently experiencing an incredible downturn.
You know, given all the bad periods and the mismanagement of things, and I'm not mocking the church, like it's had such terrible missteps, and it's
such terrible. No, it's blessed by God, but it's done terrible things. Or it could just be a very powerful institution that has kept itself in power through very, very physical means like money and force, and hasn't been ousted. It's basically changed with the times. There used to be the Catholic Church used to essentially be one of the two pillars of government. Like it used to be that you would have divine right of kings. The church was exempt from sort of the rule of kings because they were under the purview of God. Not anymore, because we've realized that's really bad to have, the church exempt from our secular laws.
still goes forward because Jesus is the head, and only by that does the church continue. But if it was left just to men, it would be over.
Yeah, Hilaire Belloc.
Clearly,
Didn't he say?
If left to men, it'd be over. No, I don't believe that for a second. I don't think that's true. I think that religions do flourish. Like, how do you explain Hinduism? That survived for longer. Is that just left to men? And if it's not, then what does that say about your God? Is he not the only God out there? Is God somehow going, well, I'm going to promote Hinduism. I'm going to keep it safe for even longer than Catholicism? Really weird statement to make. And that does not it's basically it's an argument from incredulity. It's basically saying, hey, I can't believe that the church would have survived for so long without divine intervention. Okay. You're incredulous. Great. That in no way makes it true.
The way that he has to take the church as divine institution on faith, but a mark of it for the unbelievers is that no other institution governed with such knavish imbecility would have lasted a fortnight.
True.
Okay, well, the church is full of imbeciles. I agree with you, yes. I think that religions are perfidious in their way, that insidious almost in the way that they propagate themselves and sort of clutch in the minds of those that follow them. I think that a lot of it is purely the psychological states being, drummed into their followers. And plus, if Islam lasts longer, does that make Islam true? You would say no. It's got nothing to do with it.
So getting back all the way to the first thing we were talking about, the people who say, look, Father, you seem like a reasonable guy, but you're getting off in some crazy things that I don't even think exist. I don't believe that there is such a thing as evil. So evil certainly doesn't have a personality. How can you believe that some things are better than other things? How can you believe that it's better to bake a pie for a widow than it is to kick a baby in the head, which I think probably most people would agree to, and not extrapolate from that there is such a thing as good and there is such a thing as evil?
Okay, so this is where they're going to the moral argument. A lot of these right-wing people will go there. Hey, you can't tell what's really good and evil if, you don't have objective morality from a God. Well, guess what? You don't have it from a God either. You get it from a book. And that book also has God commanding things like, babies being slaughtered in the case of, God commanding Moses and Aaron to, slaughter tribes and slaughter everybody in the tribes, including, the children kind of thing. So we don't need to have an objective morality in order to organize our societies in a way that views kicking a baby is a lot worse than baking a pie for a widow. That's not, in any way. All you need is empathy and sort of an understanding of how societies work to say, hey, in a society, it would be really bad if everyone went around kicking babies. We don't want that. That's all you need. You don't need anything else. All you need is just a wish for people to flourish and some basic general guidelines on what's good and bad for people. That's it. I'm not even advocating a, really systemized version of morality here. It's just a basic, you can use basic moral intuition to get there. It's not hard. But you're sort of saying, hey, it has to be something objective outside of human experience. No, it doesn't. Why? Why does it have to be? We're talking about actions of humans towards humans. Why does it have to be outside of human experience? I don't know. It's very weird.
The modern world somehow can't go from something we all agree on to, okay, good and evil actually do exist. How do you make sense of that?
I think it's so clear. I don't understand. Somebody.
I don't think good and evil actually do exist as a concrete thing. As I think they exist as comparative statements. I think they exist as what ought to happen versus what ought not to happen. I think that's how they exist. And the level of good and evil is that sense of that really ought to happen or that really ought not to happen. And there's a spectrum all in between of there. Yeah.
He says that. Again, if you're talking about non-believers,
yeah,
different category. But if you're
that is what I am talking about.
Yeah.
He is talking about non-believers. He's talking about me and he's talking about you. And, Christians in the chat, you can sit this one out. But yeah, that's who he's talking about. He's saying if you don't have objective morality, you don't have real morality. And it's like, we don't need objective morality. It's like saying if you don't have objective laws, you don't have any laws. No, laws are there. Try breaking them and see how far you get. It's weird.
Well, if you can't see good and evil in this world, I think you're blind. I mean, how could you look at the news and not see good and evil? Mostly evil. They don't put the good on.
Look, if you're talking about suffering, yeah, I see that. There's the objective suffering. There's things that can, cause pain kind of thing. There's things that can cause suffering. Sure. But that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about morals, which ought to and ought not to happen. He sort of done a bait and switch into this. Well, if you don't see evil in the world, okay, so what are you talking about evil now? I had this problem recently, actually, with Mark Stoney. I was in a room. I've got to put it out as a room rumble, probably in the next couple of days. But sort of this idea that when I'm talking about evil, I'm kind of talking about what is morally bad, and morally bad is what ought not to happen. So when you start talking about, well, other evil, it's like, well, what do you mean by that? I don't know what they mean by that.
I mean, really? So if someone pushed you on the train tracks to kill you, that would be okay? There's not evil there?
Of course it wouldn't be okay. And reciprocity, just the simple thing of reciprocity, which is how social organisms function, says that if I shouldn't push people on the track because I don't want to live in a society where people are being pushed on the track. It's very simple. It's very easy.
Well, in recent decades, the Catholic teaching on the death penalty has become a little more ambiguous, I guess, because for most of the history of the church, capital punishment was not only accepted as being perfectly fine, the doctors of the church essentially
Pro-lifers killing people? Are you serious? Not so much pro-life, are you?
to it. In fact, popes, and including Blessed Pius IX, carried out executions and refused to grant clemency in some cases. I think it was one of the final, if not the final execution in the Papal States. Blessed Pope Pius IX was asked for a reprieve, and he said, "I cannot do it, and I do not want to." And the guy was executed in the Papal States. But now we're told, no, this is a horrible thing. And if not intrinsically evil, it's impermissible.
Okay, so discount Tucker Carlson here. Can you tell where his position on the death penalty is? Can anyone make a guess? Make a rough guess. So he's all for the death penalty, right? And it becomes evident that the other guy is too.
In all of these cases, I think, can't it be an act of compassion, not only to society, to protect society from
It is, and here's the problem with.
Yeah, killing people. This is what he just said. Killing people is an act of compassion. So not helping them become better humans. Killing people. I agree with that. Killing people can be an act of compassion, but not for crimes. I think that sort of taking people's life when they're in pain and suffering, and they have some sort of chronic disease that they're never going to get better. Okay, I can kind of see where you're coming from. Not for committing a crime if they don't want to die.
Our Holy Father, for this situation, he's thinking, and maybe rightly so, that we live in a time of civilization where there is no reason why we can't segregate mass murderers from the rest of the population, because clearly we can build prisons that way, right?
Yeah. Why can't we just segregate them? I don't understand. I mean, Australia was built on segregating prisoners from the rest of society. Look how well that turned out. Look how nice Australians are. Look how wonderful we are. And that came from segregating prisoners from the rest of society. It's fine. Australians don't. I mean, generally. I mean, I'm not saying we don't have murder, but it's pretty low. We're pretty chill.
We can, but that doesn't address the indigenous peoples living in the jungle.
Yeah, no, and we don't judge them on we don't judge them by our standards because we have access to prisons and they don't. So we don't judge them on that. That's presentism. It's basically saying, hey, you're judging by the present people that lived ages.
How are they supposed to put those people in a treehouse?
Right.
No,
They're going to get out.
and he's not probably thinking about that. But even worse, let's say, God forbid, there's
So he's basically saying because people with no access to prisons have to kill people that so egregiously break social normative behaviors, that we should do it even though we have available options, is a really terrible argument. Like, they also, used to torture people because they didn't understand, that doesn't drive out. Should we do that nowadays? I do notice that the Catholic Church has changed their stance on exorcism so that, they no longer do some of the egregious things that they used to. Your argument is terrible. You have a terrible argument, sir.
Electromagnetic pulse goes off over America, and all this goes away. No electricity.
Oh yeah. Let's take a realistic example. An electromagnetic pulse wipes out all society. Okay, cool.
Lights. The prisons now can't house people privately. That's when that would kick in again. But you can't just take it away because in one state and time,
yeah, that's when we'd go back to it. If that was necessary, right? If the only way we could protect ourselves is to do that, that's when we bring. Welcome to moral relativity, son. That's moral relativity. It means that if we don't have to do it and we can reform these people, then that's what we'll do. If you're talking about a thing that wipes out we can't have prisons, right? Then we may have to do that, but it isn't our first choice. It's basically we ought to do it because the counter, right? The counterfactual of people running rampant and killing people and things like that, just essaying women and things, that's worse, right? So that's why we ought to do that. But in today's society, we ought to lock up people and not kill them because killing them is worse. Like, this is moral relativity that you're describing. And you're basically saying, hey, because I believe in objective morality, it's got to be the same at any time, at any place. No, it doesn't. That's not true. Like, this is how we do our society.
Doesn't make sense. Because
it's like if you are defending yourself in your home and you have to kill somebody, that's morally, that's morally good. You're defending yourself, you're defending your family, that's fine. If you can subdue the person and then you kill them, that's morally wrong. Like, I don't understand why he doesn't understand this. Just because in a certain situation you have to perform that action in order to protect yourself, your family, the people in your life, doesn't mean you get to do it whenever, even if that person has committed a crime. It's not like that, like they're halfway out the window with a TV and you shoot them. No, that's not, no, you don't get to do that.
if you don't need to use it, you don't use it, right? So just because we have the ability to keep people in prison separately, and we're not going to perhaps do that, then you don't just take it off the table, because next week, what if we have to?
Yeah, we do take it off the table because we have the option of doing something else. So why don't we just have, lynch mobs roaming around? Like, whenever somebody breaks the law, or we think they break the law, we just beat them to a pulp on the spot. People used to do that. We may have to do that if there's no, police and juries and trials. So why do we bother with a fair trial? Why not just do that? You can't take that off the table because in the future we may need to do that. What a useless, bankrupt, morally insignificantly terrible argument you have. That's terrible.
Use it because we've had the worst devastation in the country. What if they do drop a bomb on a country and that country is obliterated and they have mass rovings of gangs raping and murdering people? You have to do something for the general population.
Yes, you do. Welcome to moral relativity. That's moral relativity. If that's necessary, then we will do it. If it's not necessary, then we don't. Sometimes it is doing what you would call the action of least evil. It's not great, right? If you have a militia that basically in the situation you're describing, it's complete anarchy, just complete chaos. And you have a militia that will, anybody found, murdering or looting stuff or essaying other people. Yeah, that they just shoot them on the spot. Like, that's awful, but it also might be necessary. It might be the good thing to do considering the alternative. But we don't live in that society. You can't say, okay, well, we're going to apply what is necessary in this circumstance to what is now, because now is not that circumstance. It is not necessary to do that. Oh,
and if the only way to protect the innocent is to kill the ones doing the murdering, then that has to be done.
Yes, but you just said we can lock them up and remove them. So it isn't the only way to protect the innocent. You idiot.
Of course, because they're not innocent. Murder is the taking of innocent life. That's the definition.
Right.
Well, the ones...
No, that is not the definition. Murder is the illegal taking of life. Doesn't matter if it's innocent or not. If you kill if there's a drug dealer who's killed tons of people and you sneak into his house and shoot him in the head, that's murder. Okay? He's not innocent. He's a bad person. It's still murder. Like, this is the kind of red flag that I get the feeling this guy has no idea what he's talking about. No, murder is the illegal taking of life. Oh, boy. But this is what I see as a problem. This is what I see as a problem. These people listen to this guy and go, oh, well, that's what murder is. That, and if these people are not innocent, so we get to murder them. No, you don't. And it's weird that the Christians sort of say, well, no one's innocent. Well, then everybody can be killed. I dread to think how his mind works when he thinks of somebody that's broken the law. We don't just go and execute them. We don't do any of this stuff. And because there may be in some science fiction's, end of the world fallout scenario that we can't put them in prison, doesn't mean we resort to that now. Yes, we take it off the table because it doesn't have to be on the table. We should only put on the table things that we need to put on the table to make people safe. Oh, boy.
Being murdered in their homes by the pillagers are the innocent. They're killing. That makes them not innocent.
I especially think of the state of our civilization. We seem to be trending.
Yeah, no, they're not innocent, but it doesn't mean that you get to murder them. And murder is the unlawful taking of life, not the taking of innocent life. Oh
in
boy.
a pretty bad direction. So, as you say, there's a fair chance that in the not so distant future, we're not quite so able to segregate all the mass murders. And I even think, I can't help it.
They can't even protect people in Chicago.
Right? Washington, San Francisco.
So I don't, come on. At what point that
Yeah, and this is the sort of doom and gloom doomsday thing, Oh, they can't protect people. We're all, grab your guns, everybody. We're all going down. It just plays into their sort of Armageddon situation and stuff. I mean, I have issues with the death toll in America. I do have issues, but keep this in mind. The coronavirus killed way more people, and that they were arguing against it. So what's happening here?
has to be, I'm not going to go there. That has to be fixed in other ways. But you can see how this is a devolvement of society is happening.
I also can't help but notice, Father, and we've cut around it a couple of times. Every time we're getting into a topic, there's been some weird sound that goes off in this building. Maybe it's just the degradation of society that we can't even keep the buildings and the studios running anymore. But I've done a lot of these interviews, Father, and I don't want to make you feel bad and make you think it's just you. But you come in here, we've had to pause and stop and cut and restart this interview almost every 7 to 10 minutes. And then only when I said, okay, well, let's just include it and I'll mention it. And I'll mention these weird situations in the film. Only once I said that, we haven't had a problem since. I'm not saying it's you, Father.
It could be.
I think.
So you've had weird sounds, but as soon as you say, because nobody has ever had to stop an interview because there's a sound happens or something. I don't even know what to make of this. You're basically saying, hey, the evidence is that there's been sounds, but I'm not going to include any of them because as soon as I said I'd include them, they stopped. I presume you'd already recorded them. You could play a clip with all of these sounds to see if they're supernatural now, couldn't you? Because the reason why you stopped recording is because you recorded a sound that interrupted you. Can I please see the outtakes now? See if this is demonic sounds or just, some key grip tripping? I really want to know. I really want to know. This is kind of like, hey, there's all this evidence, but we're not going to show it to you. Absolutely disastrous. Where's the outtakes? Show me. I want to know.
It might be you.
I think it's me too. This happens to me. My whole life is like this now.
But he can never get a camera.
So part of my life is just surrendering and saying, Lord, you get done what you want done. And well, I'll just take authority when I have to.
I can't help but notice we came here to talk about demons. We're spending most of our time talking about God. I guess that's the way it should be.
It's the way it should be.
C.S. Lewis made some point about this. Maybe in Screwtape, I forget where he said, you have to think about demons enough to know that they exist and to watch out for them. But you shouldn't think about them very much.
Yeah, so basically believe in demons, but don't think about them. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, somebody who isn't skeptical might go, yeah, I'll just know demons exist, but I won't think about the concept of demons and how they actually sort of relate to my life and how they play into it. No, it's basically saying, hey, ignore the guy behind the curtain.
You shouldn't. You have to be aware of them. You have to know how to deal with them, which most people don't. What authority you have as a child of God? Then you have authority. You have authority over your own person. You have authority over your wife. You have authority over your children.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, you have authority over your own person. You have authority over your wife and over your children. The children I don't have a big part with. Why do you have authority over your wife? Because the Bible says so. You have authority over your wife. No, you don't. No, you don't. I wonder if he is married. Can priests get married? Can Catholic priests get married? I'm not sure they can. Throughout the Catholic Church, a priest may not marry. So, yeah, he's giving you advice on what authority you have. Yeah, vow of celibacy. Yeah. Yeah, no, you don't have authority over your wife. You have a partnership with your wife. You have a you have a bond with your wife. You have you have a marriage with your wife. Nobody's in charge. You're both two equals headed in the same direction, hopefully. Maybe it's not exactly the same direction, but it's a case of both of you respecting one another. To there's nobody who has authority here. I don't have authority over my wife. Are you joking? She doesn't have authority over me. I don't. This is so weird. Yeah, and coming from a person without a wife is kind of odd.
You can cast things out if they're harassing them. But
no, please don't do that. Look, if your wife is having a hard time and depressed and seems to be possessed by a demon, don't cast them out. Like cast out the demon or try to do all this stuff. No, take them to a professional. That's my advice. Take them to a professional. And don't be scared. Don't feel like it's look, everybody has hard times. And if you love that person, get them some help. Because you can't be an expert in everything. We need to find people that are experts, and the psychologists and they're the experts. They deal with this kind of stuff. Don't listen to this man.
Curiosity is not a virtue.
Oh, look, I wish I could cast out Dennis Prager. I wish, Fenton. I wish. Give me that authority, mate.
And if you start digging into the occult and the dark world and things like that, you're opening a door. And you might not be strong enough to close it. And then you've invited something into your life that you don't want.
Yeah, I've been fascinated with the occult for a long time, and not once have I opened a door I can't close or whatever he's saying. It's just a lot of the time when you think the occult is real, you'll start believing things about yourself, about the things around you. But when you actually start critically thinking, you think, no, that's just normal things that I'm attributing to what I suspect is real. Like when you actually get to critical thinking, you're like, what actual evidence do I have for this? And you don't have any. None. It's just you believe it, and so you assign all of these things to it.
And then you have to call me.
Someone wrote into my show.
I would not call this guy in a million years. Like, not in a million years. Seems terrible.
Said, Michael, if you could meet the devil. I said, I don't know, I probably have met the devil a few times, so don't wish I
met him twice.
You've met him twice?
Personally.
Yeah. So this is the guy saying that Zoomers and people that are a new generation are so egotistical. Oh yeah, I've met the devil. Yeah, I mean, I'd meet the devil all the time. Come on, dude. I've met him twice. Yep. Meet demons all the time. Can't find my phone every single time.
How'd that go?
Not well the first time, because I wasn't even a seminarian. I was discerning. I just can't.
I don't know what discerning means. I think that means you're sort of getting towards becoming a priest. You're discerning. Anyone know what that means? I'm not a Catholic. I presume that means something. Discerning usually means you're critically evaluating something. I don't know what it means. Is a decision-making process that honors the place of God's will in our lives. It seeks to align our will to the will of God. Okay, so it's basically just thinking about being a priest or thinking about your future. I mean, it's a pretty weird way to say it, that you were just considering your future. Sure, whatever. Okay, it's discernment. You're thinking about what you're going to do.
Out of my life of sin, I joined Our Lady of Victory, like I mentioned, and this little old Polish priest who became my spiritual director. And I remember one day I went in and I said, this job is killing me because, it was a sales position. I was entertaining big shots at old fancy restaurants every night, drinking. I said, I can't balance this with trying to live this new life. It's not working.
Sounds like alcoholism to me, to be honest with you. It really does. If you're drinking like as part of your work, that's bad. That's really bad. You should not be forced to drink as part of your work. I realize that there is sort of sometimes there's an obligation kind of thing. You're expected to, he said he was in sales, so he's expected to entertain people, take them out for drinks and things like that. I think there should be less stigma about just not drinking, Okay.
So he said to me, well, let's do this. Why don't you, for the next month, you can go call ahead or go to meet to the restaurant early and tell the bartender when you order a drink that it would be just club soda, no vodka. But you would order it publicly and then they won't know. I said, I could do that. So he said, no alcohol for a month. So it's the middle of the day, it's like noon.
It's probably a good idea. I mean, I don't know why you're using such subterfuge to sort of, convince the bartender, hey, just give me a club soda, but don't put any alcohol in it. We're going to make it look like I'm drinking. Why? why not just say, hey, I'm taking a break from drinking? I don't know. Maybe he has to like be drunk with his potential salespeople. I don't know. The fact that he's a salesperson, I've done sales. It's kind of, I don't like sales. I'm good at sales. I intensely dislike it. I feel like it's misleading. I feel like there's too many cutthroat people out there. I vehemently hate doing sales, and I'm really good at it, which I hate even further. So, yeah, I don't like it. I think that there's a lot of deception in it, and this guy seems to be deceiving people with what he's doing. Not that that's particularly onerous that he's trying, but at the same time he's trying to address a problem that he has, that he's drinking too much, which is fine. Like, I get you. It's just I think in an ideal world, and of course this is idealism. It's just sort of in an ideal world. People wouldn't judge you for not drinking, but obviously maybe he couldn't. Maybe that wasn't the right job for him.
I come out of the church, and there's this beautiful, handsome man.
Oh, you thought he was beautiful and handsome?
Custom tailored suit. He's staring at me, which, if you've ever lived in New York, you don't stare at people.
It's pretty unusual.
Very, like, you put your arm. You don't.
Yeah.
It's almost an attack.
I cannot confirm or deny this thing that you don't stare at people in New York. If there is any New Yorkers in the chat, could you please let me know whether this staring thing is correct?
Act like this. I'm being attacked now. I have to fight, and I just was like, weird. So I turned to walk towards my office, and he runs up next to me and he grabs me by the arm. Again, no guys do that. No guy grabs somebody by the arm and is like escorting them.
I mean, it would be a bit unusual, granted. Maybe he was just really friendly. I mean, you were in a bar, right? Maybe you just thought you were cool. Maybe he was gay.
And he goes, "Let's get a drink." And I just had chills go up and down my body. And I said, "Get away from me." And then I turned direction and went towards my apartment because it was closer.
Yeah, no, it sounds like he was probably gay. And did you see any rainbow flags around? Did you see any rainbow flags around? Very handsome person, lovely, immaculate suit, comes up, grabs you by the arm and says, "Let's get a drink." I think you've just been, he's probably trying to pick you up. Did you see any rainbow flags?
And I got to my apartment and I walked through the doors, and the doors closed behind me. I looked out and he was just laughing at me.
Yeah, I mean, if I was gay and I went in a bar up and grabbed somebody and went, "Hey, let's get a drink," and they were like, "Oh," I would probably laugh my ass off as well. Yeah. If that happened to me, I'd probably go, "Hey, yeah, how did I get in this gay bar?" Right, that's the first thing that occurred to me. It's like, I would probably think that they're trying to hit on me, and I'd I mean, if I would maybe say, "Hey, look, darling, I'm straight," but I really appreciate it. It's very flattering. It's very nice. But if somebody freaks out, look, if I observed that in a gay bar, I would laugh my ass off at that person, how shocked they are that they've had somebody think they're attractive and want to have a drink with them.
And it was like, so he leaves, and I run back to the church. I go, "Father, let me tell you what just happened. What do you think happened here? What is this?" He goes, "I told you, you're going to have a target on your back, so you got to be."
I'd be more worried about your priest than your average guy out in the club. I think that one of them possibly would SA you, and I don't think it's the guy in the club. Look, that's a low joke. But he is a Catholic priest, so I think I have the right to make that joke.
And I said, "Was that who I think it was?" And he goes, "Sounds like it."
Certainly seems that way.
I mean,
yeah, sounds like that's the devil and not just some random nice guy or random gay guy or something like that. Yeah, no, it has to be something supernatural, someone wanting to drink with you. Were you that awful a person that somebody wanting to have a drink with you is supernatural in some way? I don't.
That was just no random person for sure. So that really.
Oh, it wasn't a random person. How did you find this out? How did you clarify that?
It frightened me, to be honest. I was like, I didn't sign up for this at all. And then a few years later, I was on a vacation visiting an old banker friend down in Miami, and she set up a whole luncheon at this place called Nikki Beach, which really isn't appropriate for seminarians or priests. It's it's the glitterati, the high-powered, wealthy people. It's bottle service on the beach.
Right.
And I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about this. And the two girls to my right, I knew both of them. Sandra was hosting, and my ex-boss, Christine, was with me. And they start looking at this guy across over by the other end of the deck. Like, "Oh my God, look at that guy. He's so handsome. My guy's beautiful." And all of a sudden, Sandra's like, "Oh, he's coming over here." And I turn and I look, and it's him. It's the one.
You know what? There's probably a guy that works in the same company as him. He said he was in sales, right? There's probably some gay guy who works in the same company that has seen him or is aware of him, you know, who sees this and goes, "What the hell? I thought you were hot." You know what I mean? Like, there's probably just some gay guy who, you know, put himself out there and is going, "I'm not the devil." Like, oh, it was him again. You're still part of the same company. Yes. And you're on a company retreat. Yes. Yep.
Wanted to get the drink. Only now he's like shirtless in a bathing suit, and he walks up and he goes, "What are you doing here? I thought."
Yeah. Shirtless and bathing suit. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he's gay. I don't know, but
"You were going to be a priest." And he goes, "This is my territory. You shouldn't be here."
yeah, it's gay bar. Yeah. Yeah. He's probably realized you're a bit of a homophobe. You shouldn't be in the gay bar. Yeah. That would be my reaction as well. And I'd probably laugh at you a little, sure.
And both the girls got flipped out. They were like, they had the scare mechanism.
Like the face that I'm making right now.
Yeah, literally like, danger, Will Robinson. And Christine's like, "Get the check." And she threw money down. She's like, "We're out of here." And we left. But like, when those things happen, God allowed it, right? So for me, I felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. And God was letting me know, you have no place going to places like that anymore. Don't do that again.
Right. The devil, whether he wants to be or not, it can be a tool of
Absolutely.
God. You know,
Absolutely.
I think there's a couple of tools in this room, but I don't think the devil exists. So, figure out who the tools are.
Not more powerful than God. He's nowhere near as powerful as God, and his own will be foiled in God's providence ultimately. But
I think if you go through life when these little things happen, believing, for the most part, believe everything, right?
Yeah.
What's the harm?
Believe everything. What's the harm? Yes, these words just came out of that man's mouth. Believe everything. What's the harm? Yeah, okay. Well, I just got an email from a prince in Nigeria. I suppose I'll be sending that money off now. What's the harm? What's the harm in believing all of this? Ask the kids that died in exorcisms. What's the harm? What's the harm in believing all of this? Great harm, as it turns out. You should apportion your belief to the evidence. Believe everything. What's the harm? I think if you, seriously, everybody, if you take one thing away from this interview, that is it. The horrendous advice of believe everything. What's the harm? Because you'll end up believing contradictory things, because you end up believing things that are definitely untrue, because you'll end up believing things that are definitely harmful, that you won't have any critical thinking abilities. You'll be taken in by every scam that ever is run. That's the harm.
Is it going to harm you? No. But it actually makes you live a more uplifted, happy life than somebody who goes through the whole life believing nothing.
Who believes nothing? Who literally believes nothing? Like, find me the person that believes nothing. Everybody believes things. But what we're saying is apportion your belief to the evidence that is presented to you, not just believe it and then try and find out if it's untrue. No, everybody believes something. Who believes nothing? I want to see this person that believes literally nothing.
Because that's a horrible way to live, to believe nothing is happening. It's almost like there's two strains of thought about how you interact with the world, especially in New York. You can believe everybody's out to get you, and
yeah, I wouldn't recommend. That's called paranoia. I wouldn't recommend.
Occasionally somebody's nice, or you can believe everybody's basically nice, and occasionally they fail you.
Yeah, and it's weird because usually it's the atheists in my life that sort of say, "Hey, everyone's generally good, and there are bad people out there, but everyone's generally a good person. Everybody, they're looking out for their family. They're trying to take care of things." The only people I have heard that people are inherently bad and then some are good are Christians. Lupin on the Steve Boland's channel said that the other day, and I was saying, hey, that's a really pessimistic way to look at the world. I think people are just generally people. They're generally good people. They're generally just doing things to help, their family and try to do their best and kind of thing. And he was like, no, everybody's terrible. And it's like, wow. So I don't disagree with him. I just think that his basis for thinking that is wrong. I think it's because people are generally good. They'll generally try to help. You will get people helping others, kind of thing, and it's really good to see. It's really good to see. Give me one sec. So this is something that happened in my city, right? This guy got his leg stuck in the gap kind of thing, and he was stuck, and just all these people came from nowhere. Like, they weren't asked, just everybody came. Yeah, he sort of got, this is just showing you he got his leg stuck kind of thing. But essentially they pushed a train off of his leg. And that's what we're talking about. Like, people are generally good people. They are. I mean, yeah, if there's problems with, if they have to, it's detrimental for them to help. Yeah, they may not help. I get that. I get that you can sort of see that as bad. But I think that when someone falls down, another person will come to help them. Sometimes that's impossible. Like, you hear about stuff. Yeah, no, I agree, Wayne. Like, stuff like that happens all the time, but they don't show it because they need to run, people killed here and people were accosted there and all of this kind of stuff. I get you.
It's so much better to live thinking everybody's basically pretty good and one or two people are going to get you, and it's okay, I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
But to think everybody is out to get you, then every moment of your life is in defensive attack mode. That's no way to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with this sentiment. Yeah, it's no way to live, is sort of being on guard. And for somebody that has had social anxiety, that's happened to me a lot. And I've had to change the way I think about people a lot. And how I relate to people a lot. And sort of a lot of it is very hard and takes a lot of work to change the way that you think about people. But it's an ongoing process. I've changed the way I think, but to say, hey, I've changed this way I think, I'm done. That's not the case. You're never done. Your self-improvement is never done. And your self-actualization, realizing your full potential, is never done. It's an ongoing process. But be gentle with yourself. It's a long process that takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of effort.
People that their marriages are like that. Like, they're in a marriage where they feel like they're in a battle all the time. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you're not going to make it.
What do you know? You're not in a marriage, you're celibate. But yeah, no, I agree. I see those marriages and I go, not my place to judge, but I don't think marriage has to be and I dislike war of the sexes as well. I think that we don't have to have a fight between men and women. There should be no sort of fight between the two. It should be a cooperative thing. A lot of it is just metaphor, though, like the war of the sex. It's just metaphor for how certain people treat the other sex. I don't think it's a real thing. And like the war that Christianity keeps talking about, that apparently us atheists don't realize that we're in for some reason. I think it's just it's not a real thing.
You can't go that long in that really kind of a stressful zone without somebody giving up.
What do you say to people? Many have asked me this too. Say, I want to believe. I think Christianity is good. I think it's good to go to church. I recognize the life I'm living is kind of dissolute and pointless, and I'm somewhat depressed, but I want to believe. I just can't.
Faith is a gift. Ask for the gift. It's that simple. But the biggest blockage to believing is pride.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think the biggest blockage to believing is rationality. I think you have to give up that idea of, I'm going to critically think about that and just believe on faith. And like I said, faith is a gift. You basically grab it and you don't think about it and you don't evaluate it. You just accept that is true no matter what happens. No amount of evidence can contend with somebody that will believe no matter what is presented to them.
That's really true. Pride is the mother of all sins. And so it would be good to
Yeah, and this is the thing. Pride is the mother of all sins, but I talk to God. I can cast out demons. I have supernatural powers, but it's other people that are prideful. Okay, mate. Okay. The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
think about all the ways in your life you've blocked God or rejected God or said, I don't believe in you, I don't want you, and then say, Lord, I'm going to repent of having this unbelief. And even though I don't know you, I'm asking.
I'm going to repent of unbelief. So basically you're saying, I'm going to believe even though I don't believe. Like, I'm just gonna repent of my unbelief. Come on now, dude. Like, this is just sad. You can't just say, hey, I'm going to change my unbelief into belief.
You to come into my heart and reveal yourself to me and make it evident that you're with me and you're here. And he wants you to know him more than you do. So if you make that effort, he will do it. And suddenly you'll find yourself looking at the world through a whole different lens.
Yeah. So basically, he's basically said, like people say, well, I want to believe, but I can't. And he's just basically said, well, if you just say, I believe and then believe, if you say, I repent of my unbelief and then believe, then you'll believe. It's the silliest thing ever.
It's like, wow. And you'll start seeing these little connections like you're seeing.
Yeah, you've just described confirmation bias. You've just 100% described confirmation bias, that if you believe it and seek out for the things to confirm it, you will experience, oh boy.
I'm like, I don't know if it'll be a man saying he's Michael and Angel, but it could happen, right? Because we're living in the most disobedient age, I think, in history with regard to rejecting God. It's at a level I've probably never seen. And the scriptures tell us that when sin abounds, grace superabounds. So if you stop and say, I don't believe in God, but I want to.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's the case there, champ. Probably when Christianity first got started, a lot of people had rejected your personal God. I don't think we're living in the most disobedient time. Maybe if you're talking about sheer population numbers, but that's just such a vague concept. Like it's so vague. I think your religion will fail. It will fail. And I was thinking of doing maybe a thing about that, like a room about that, like why your religion will fail, and it will fail. Yeah, that's so true. I have to put that up. That is so true, Wayne. Absolutely. But their religion will fail. It's failing now. It's failing now because people are realizing that they don't need this to be a good person, to have a good life, to experience things, to they don't need it.
I just don't. And then you turn to God and say, as an act of faith, I'm reaching out to you to say, if you're there, please let me know you're real.
If you're there, please let me know you're real. Okay, I got a slight cramp. I'm not sure that was God. Look, this is ridiculous. Do I have to really believe it? Look, if I really believe it and go, God, prove to me you're there, and then I get a slight cramp, I might go, hey, look, I got a cramp. God responded to me. Of course it isn't. Come on now. Yeah. How long do we wait? Yeah. Jesus will be back any day now.
And heaven's going to move a big spigot of grace over your head, and you're going to get pummeled by Niagara Falls, and you're going to come out of it going, I do believe in God.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I really didn't. Look, if there's a God, I want to know. I want to know. If there is a God, I absolutely want to know. But what I won't do is believe that it's true first and then use confirmation bias to find all the things to confirm that unjustified belief. Because that way is the way of being wrong about things. I'm happy to say, you say, call out to God and ask him to display to you that he's real. Sure, I'll do that. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. And the whole idea is when you say that to people, you're expecting them to believe first, to have this idea that it is real first. And then when I get a cramp in my leg, or something falls off my desk, or the light flickers, or something happens, oh, that's God. It's confirmation bias. It's the biggest case that ever happened. I don't know why they say this.
And that's the first step. People in general underestimate the immensity of God in his intelligence, in his power, in his everything. Like we tend to sort of put him on our level, thinking we can outsmart him.
No, I don't put God on my level. I don't think God exists. This is the thing. Like maybe this is directed towards other Christians, who maybe not true Christians. I don't know his position on that, but I'm not putting God on any level. God's levelless. He just doesn't exist.
Even a communist government thinking if we just shut down the churches, God will
All right, see you, John. Take care, mate.
go away. Yeah. Really? Do you know who this is? Do you know he made everything, even the whole universe? Like you close the church.
Number one, no one's talking about shutting down churches. Number two, I think Jesus said that God doesn't reside in the houses of men. So I don't know what you're talking about there. And three, your religion's failing by itself. No one has to shut down churches. They're just shutting down.
Church, and now he's just going to pack up and go home.
No, we were beaten by the Sandinistas or whatever.
It's kind of funny when you think about it, but it's the same with an individual to think that, well, part of the problem is they might have such an image of themselves that isn't that great. Why would God make me and then I don't even know who he is? Because, of course, the enemy's always whispering in your ear, there's no God. If there was, wouldn't he love you and take care of you and And so they start believing that tape that gets played. It's only when you start breaking open the scripture and asking it to come into your heart that things start changing. And
Look, self-criticism is not, some enemy whispering in your ear. It's just self-criticism. It happens to all kinds of people throughout all kinds of cultures. It's just something about that.
changing quickly, like pretty quick. I think, again, in this day and age, when I feel a very great urgency for people to come back to God, because I feel like we're on the
Oh, good luck with that.
very edge of an abyss, that something's coming. And I feel like,
Yeah, people have been saying we're on the very edge of the abyss since literally the time of Jesus. Who said it? Jesus said it. Jesus said that. He was talking about the end of the world, like in people's lifetimes that he was talking to. Like, seriously, this has been going on for 2,000 years, over 2,000 years. We're right on the edge. Do you know how many Christians have said we're on the edge of this abyss?
just with everything that's going on in the natural world, but also in the supernatural world, that we're on the verge of something big. So my Lenten homily was,
We read accounts of human sacrifice, baby sacrifice in the Bible, the Hittites or whatever, and you see it in some of the indigenous populations before Columbus arrived, practicing all sorts.
What indigenous? Okay. So I believe he's talking about the Incas or the Mayans or the Aztecs. Yeah, I mean, children. I'm not sure about babies. I'm not sure about that one, champ.
Human sacrifice. We look back, we say that's savage, that's barbaric.
Yeah, but we don't judge them for it. It's presentism. We go, hey, we know better now. They had some very erroneous beliefs on what was good for their civilization and bad. And I might add, a lot of it was religion, their sacrifice to somebody, because they thought, because they didn't have very good critical thinking skills, just like you two gentlemen, that somehow that would cause God to favor them. Just like you're you've got these things that you think God will favor you now. It's no different. It's superstition and rituals and this archaic thinking that if I wave my rosary and jump up and down on one leg, something's going to happen. It's not.
We are practicing human sacrifice on a far greater scale
Mhm.
than any other historical epoch.
Mhm.
Not even close.
and just to touch back on some of the occult stuff, there are witches who go on record saying they'll pay for abortions if they can be
Yeah, and this is stupid. There are no witches saying they'll pay for abortions. That's not happening. This is satanic panic. This doesn't happen.
present for the abortion. Okay, why do they do that? Because they're making, since they paid for it, they're making the sacrifice to the devil. This is documented. This is
Right.
This is real cases of women who said this. The woman kept shit. She wanted to pay for the abortion, and it turns out
Oh, this is documented. Are you going to cite anything? Are you going to tell us who it was? Are you going to sort of say, hey, it was documented here? Is this is just, and this is the problem with this man. People will tell him stories and he'll say, oh, it's documented that this happened. Right? He doesn't distinguish between his sources as being credible and not credible. Right? So when he talks about, hey, it's documented, it's probably someone told him that.
they've looked them up and they're a practicing witch. The other thing, going back, I'm just tying up loose ends here. So when we talked about the transgender, I don't know if you know this, but one of the ancient images of Satan is Baphomet.
Yep.
Okay, what is Baphomet? So he's
Weird
got the
little
goat head,
yeah.
he's got the women's torso with the breasts, and the man's down below. So that's not a new thing.
Yeah, so that's not transgenderism either. Baphomet is commonly referred to, and I know that the transgender may hate this term, as a hermaphrodite. Now, the reason why trans and especially intersex, so I apologize if that does offend you, but hermaphrodites is a biological term. It's a organism that has the sexual reproduction organs of both male and female in their body, kind of thing. Like it has the entire anatomy, and it's very specific to biology. So I apologize for that. But Baphomet isn't trans. If anything, Baphomet is intersex. They don't understand what these terms mean. They don't understand anything about these terms. So an intersex person is a person that has both male and female sexual characteristics, right? So say there's an Australian singer that I came across recently called Bloom, and she uses the pronoun she, actually has testicles in her body, but and she has a Y chromosome, but because of the way that she developed, she has breasts, she has, you know, female genitalia. She is basically a, but she's intersex, and it blows these creationists and these conservatives' minds. You know, how can this person have XY chromosome and still be a woman? Because they're intersex. Sexual characteristics are more complicated than the simple, silly stuff that they want to make out. And so by saying, hey, look, the trans, it's Baphomet. Baphomet isn't even trans. Trans is when you have the gender characteristics of one and you want to go to the gender characteristics of the other. But Baphomet's technically a hermaphrodite. It's completely male and completely female, which is an intersex, which is having the characteristics of male and female in one person. So that they literally have no clue what they're talking about in both theology as it applies to Satanism and in both biology, and I might add sociology as it applies to transgenderism. So
So imagine the devil, he identifies as transgender as that image.
I made this point the other day on the show.
No, he would identify as intersex. Intersex. They're two different things. You don't know anything. And I love the Jesus Christ argument of transgenderism. It's beautiful. It's like when Jesus didn't have a body, when he rose up into heaven, didn't have a body, before Jesus actually arrived on earth, he was non-corporeal. He was a spirit. So when Jesus was a spirit, was he still male? Okay, and here's the dichotomy. If you say yes, then being male has nothing to do with your body, and transgenderism is affirmed. If you say no, Jesus wasn't male, then being male is something you can become because Jesus swapped from being non-male to male. So transgenderism is affirmed. I love that dichotomy. It's so good. And I mean, if you don't believe in Jesus, it's really it doesn't apply to you, because the whole thing is, if Jesus was an incorporeal being that descended into the body and became a man. So I don't, if you're not a believer, but I just love how it just completely shows that man is something that you can either A, there's nothing to do with your body, or B, you can change.
Not explicitly or directly with regard to Baphomet, but I just said, isn't it odd that depictions of demons tend toward androgyny, transgenderism, this kind of hate?
No, it doesn't tend towards transgenderism. It doesn't. Androgyny I will accept, which is sort of the idea of not having sexual characteristics or having sort of a blend of both, like sort of male nor female. Sexless, essentially, is what I would say. Like that's the sort of what it shows, androgyny. But not transgenderism isn't either both gender characteristics or sexual characteristics, or none at all, like androgyny. It's basically changing from one to the other. So it can't be that. It can't be that, because the depictions would either show the devil as a man or a woman and changing between them, which I don't know how a depiction would show that. It's silly. It's not understanding the actual concepts here
of the human body as it is actually made.
They made us.
Well, why do they hate our sex? Why do they hate our sexual complementarity?
No, they don't hate the sex. They don't hate that. They just feel like, and a lot of this probably has to do with neurology and the way the brain operates. Like, if you have the physical characteristics of a brain that is male, a good question would be, why is God going around putting male brains in female bodies and vice versa? It's very silly. But they don't hate that gender. They don't feel comfortable. They feel like they're part of the other gender, and that's not even to do with sex. Sometimes these guys are so ignorant. It's incredible.
That's a great question. The only way man participates in creation.
They really went on a wild tangent about how, like, man can't create babies and stuff. It's just, I cut it out. It was just stupid.
And the physicality of it, I guess that's something I keep coming back to. And it's probably what's most jarring for people about the idea of an exorcism is that some person is levitating and some person is spitting something out and some things are happening on people's bodies. It's almost as if people can totally get that there's a spiritual thing and they can totally get that there's a physical thing. But it's very hard to believe that they intersect or interact with one another.
Okay, but I mean, they do. I don't know what to say to that.
Facts don't care about your feelings, I guess.
You know, it's like, again, the non-believer is a whole separate category but if you're a Christian, you're a Baptist. Do you believe the Bible?
Well, I'm not a Baptist, so no. And I mean, we're a whole different thing. Well, you're basically saying, hey, Christians should believe in exorcisms and demons and stuff like that. No, they should use the same level of evidence as provided to everybody else. They should do critical thinking and think about this critically before they decide. They shouldn't just, like, this guy's trying to suggest, we'll believe it first and then see if anything confirms your belief. No, that's a terrible way to form your beliefs. Terrible. Bad man.
A third of Jesus' time is spent driving out demons. That's no small amount of time. So like, and this is the word of God, so either you believe it or you don't. You can't pick and choose, right? So yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, sure you can pick and choose. You pick and choose. Do you believe there's four corners to the earth? The Bible says there's four corners of the earth. So you pick that's a metaphor. You go, hey, that's a metaphor. Everybody picks and chooses in the Bible. That's essentially what they do. It's up to interpretation. It is picking and choosing. It's exactly what they do. Do you pick and choose whether the Old Testament laws still apply? Of course you do. I think everybody picks and chooses from the Bible, and ignores the verses that they don't, they don't resonate with, and take the verses that they do. I think that's what everybody's doing.
So suddenly the demons all went away when he went to heaven? Have you looked around lately? Does it look like there's no influence of evil?
Yeah, it looks like there's no influence of demonic evil. Does there look like there's bad things happening? Yeah. But you haven't made that connection from bad things to demons. You've just gone, oh, bad things are demons. So if you look around, it's like it's basically something called affirming the consequent. So if you say, hey, if there are demons, you'll see bad things. I see bad things, therefore demons is true. It's called affirming a consequence. A really bad way to think about things. What you should be doing is denying the incident. If there's demons around, will there be good things going on? If there's good things, then there's probably not demons. It's kind of this weird thing. It's very strange.
So
Antonin Scalia did an interview in New York Magazine right about 10 years ago, maybe more. And
I think Anthony Scalia is the Supreme Court Justice that died a couple of years ago.
He mentioned something about heaven or hell, and the interviewer, a very glib young woman, she said, oh, you believe in hell? He goes, yes. She goes, well, it must be awful scary believing in hell. He leaned in with a theatrical.
Yeah, it's scary for a lot of people. A lot of people do still have fears of hell, even though they're deconstructed. It's because as children, they were absolutely drummed into them. And a lot of the anger is because of these sort of emotions that have been put upon people. They've been instilled into them in a very young age and reinforced all their lives. And then they find out, hey, there's no reason to believe in hell. Like that, no real hell is even described in the Bible. It's just, sort of taken at the Revelations to be a hell. But sort of this fire and brimstone, this Dante's Inferno, was never really described in the Bible. So there is anger there that this they've been afraid all their lives, and there's no reason to be. And that kind of fear, if you're taught that, can be pervasive, even though you know it's not true. It can be an irrational fear, and it's terrible. And I've heard a lot of stories about people coming out of religion and still having this terrible dread, that because it was drilled into them and told to be afraid. It would be like somebody who, gets told that all spiders are evil and after you and sort of things. It's not surprising that person grows up with a phobia of spiders. Not surprising.
Whisper. And he said, I even believe in the devil. And she essentially laughed at him for it. He said, do you realize how out of touch you are with most people who believe in God and believe in the devil? Do you know how out of touch you are with most people throughout all of human history? And he said,
yeah, I don't know why. You're out of touch with most people out of human history. Yeah, but most people out of human history thought that illness was caused by supernatural things. Most people in human history thought that. This is the worst. Like this guy, I've never heard an ad populum argument that bad. Like just, oh, well, that's what a majority of the people in history thought. So what? And it's not even a majority of the people on the planet because, you know, I mean, maybe if you're including Islam in it, it becomes a majority, but Islam don't believe the exact same things that Christians do. So there's some problems there. But, you know, if you're talking about for human history, I'm not sure that's true. I mean, humans have been around for quite some time. Maybe if you're making the cutoff 6,000 years, maybe. I don't know, but it's so weird for you to say that. Like most of human history, we've thought some pretty stupid stuff. Right? Most of human history, we thought that you know, we would never be able to fly. I mean, most of human history, we didn't even know about the universe really. Most of human history, we you know, treated stuff with mud and poultices and stuff that's absolutely awful. I don't know. This is really it's a weird argument, not just to apply to an ad populum, which is sort of a majority of people, but a majority of people throughout history. It's really weird.
Many more intelligent people than you or me have believed in the devil. She changed the subject.
There was a priest who was a very big impact on my life, who was a theologian who was frequently on the.
Yeah, probably because it was awkward because of the terrible argument. I mean, that is awkward. What, because people ages ago believed in it, then it should be believed now? Well, yeah. I don't see that argument. I would probably be embarrassed for you over that argument. Like it's just a terrible argument.
These big panels discussing theology with other theologians. And one of the other theologians had mentioned how he doesn't believe in the devil in his talk. And so then the man I know got up and he said, well, I have to address that right away because this is scriptural, first of all. So like, if you don't believe the scriptures, I don't know how you ever became a priest. And then went through a few other things and then said, finished his talk, gave his talk, done. After,
oh, throwing shade, priest on priest action, throwing shade on the priest. How'd you become a priest? You're a disgrace. I don't know. I don't know how this guy became a priest. He's terrible.
Afterwards, he went up to the priest and said, I'm going to pray for you in a way that you'll come to believe in the devil. And they were all staying at this retreat house. And that night, there were shrieks coming from that priest's room. And when they ran to see what was wrong, and he let them in, he said, the devil came tonight. And now I believe.
Yeah. So next weekend, things that never happened. Like I don't, you know, maybe he was primed to think that way and had a nightmare. I don't know. But this guy tells a lot of stories that are light on details. I feel like he's just full of stories. And as I pointed out, some of the stories are definitely incorrect. Like some of them are actually incorrect. You know, the Apple logo thing, the NASA can't prove this thing. Some of those are blatantly sort of propagandistic stories in order to tell people to get them on board. That Apple thing is definitely not true. 100%. That it was designed off the apple of Garden of Eden, 100% not true. It means insight and it's derived from Newton, the story of the apple falling on Newton. That's where it comes from. 100% not correct. So yeah, I would have to, this guy's stories I would have to take with a grain of salt because I don't think they're real. Like 99% of them I don't think are real.
But praise the Lord.
And that's where I cut off the video because I start praising the Lord. Actually, I want to show this. And this was on the witches thing. I was going to show this before, but you know, I was going to show this before, but I'll show it now. So he was talking about how witches watch sort of you know, abortions so they can get power and stuff like that. To say this has been going on for a long time, this sort of let's blame the witches for all of this stuff. Here's a paper from Debbie Felton on witches discussed an anti-abortion propaganda in Imperial Rome. They did that. They blamed witches for the perversions of midwives, and they added propaganda. So they basically had this thing of witches were causing the abortions in Rome. Like this guy, his satanic panic literally goes back to Roman times. I'm not even joking. Like seriously. Yeah, it's amazing. I've gone for ages. I don't know. I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling a little outraged today. I think every time I hear this stuff about you know, demonic stuff and casting out demons, because I did some research into it and found that there has been a lot of damage done to people through these ideas that you can cast out demons, and you can cure people of what ails them, kind of thing. I mean, I love how this guy says, oh well, I diagnosed this person. No, you didn't diagnose anything. You just saw what you just used confirmation bias to think, oh well, they're infested by a demon or whatever. But here's the thing, and look, I'm going to be really fair, and I'm going to be a bit charitable to this guy. Probably what he's doing is a lot of emotional counseling. Okay, emotional counseling, like just talking with people, talking about their problems, showing compassion, showing kindness, you know, pointing out ways they can implement changes in their life to help them. You know, if they're struggling with alcohol, pointing them in the direction of AA, which a little bit of problem with, but you know, hey, if it helps, it helps. Right. What I don't understand is why he doesn't show all of this stuff that he's claiming to happen to everybody, including all of the atheists, all of the church, all of these people, and saying, hey, we've got to put a united front. Every time it's just stories, stories, stories. You have a phone, you have a camera. Cameras have been around for all of your life. You could have filmed this. You could have put a camera to show what people do in their sleep. You could have looked at this in an objective, a systematic, and a way that would show that what you're saying is true, and you never did it once. It beggars belief. Like seriously, it does beg a belief. I don't believe you. Because if you were a person who genuinely saw these things, the first thing you would do is get it on film. If you saw somebody levitating, if you saw somebody flying off the floor as you claim, I would get a camera. I would get 3. I would absolutely film them. And so I apologize for getting worked up. It is one of the things that really it makes me frustrated, because I've been through bad times. You've been through bad times. I almost guarantee it. Everybody does. And I think that there's a lot of people that, and there is a lot of people in Christianity and other religions who will say, hey, this problem isn't a mental problem, it's a spiritual problem. So I'm going to go to, you know, my spiritual leader or whatever. I encourage you to not be afraid to go to registered psychologists and psychiatrists and people that are trained in the mind. People that, as our understanding grows of these kind of, you know, even the mental disorders that you know, they're not really that big, but you know, I mean, at one point both of my parents died within a few months of one another, and I needed to see somebody. I needed to talk about that. I needed to have somebody I didn't know talk about all of these feelings that I had left over from my relationship with my parents, and you know, the sort of, I won't say trauma, but the experience of losing them in such a rapid succession. And that's okay. That's all right. It shouldn't be stigmatized. A lot of Christians stigmatize it. You know, again, the Boland show that I was on, they were talking about someone must have something wrong with them, kind of thing. Really, just you know, denigrating people. Nothing hates like Christian love. It's incredible. But anyway, I want to wish you the best and much love to everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm sorry I've ranted a bit. Occasionally I get ranty. I will get ranty. I've ranty today. I went on tangents. So if you're here for the tangents, it was all about you today. You got your tangents. I did a lot. I'm happy with that. I'm cool with it. But I want to wish you much love, and do, especially if you are going through a tough time. You know, in those times when you're down and you're really upset and you're really struggling, it's time to be kind to yourself, right? That's not time to be brutal to yourself. It's time to be kind and say, hey, you know, I am going through a lot. This will pass. All things will pass. Like the feeling that you are in will not last forever. It won't. Nothing lasts forever. But instead of saying, hey, you're this, that, you've got to pull, you know, you've got to just, why aren't you? Why aren't you? Stop. Be kind to yourself. Going through a tough time. It's time to be kind. And be kind to others, because they might be going through a tough time as well. But that feeling will pass. And we all go through it. So be kind to other people going through it. But much love. Thank you for joining me. And actually, what I'll do is I'll see if there's anybody I can throw to. You people are up late, 2 in the morning Eastern time. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm so glad you're with me right now. Some of my favorite people in the chat. What have I got? What have I got? The flavor is gone. I can possibly hitch off to the flavor. That's Oz is doing. I can't really see anything else going at the moment. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can organize that. Yeah, so how have I been feeling lately? I'm just going to share with you how I've been feeling, because I feel like it. I feel like I've had a lot of good ideas, but my creative ability doesn't match my ideas. Have you ever had that feeling? You know what I mean? Like you're sort of you would like to create something and you have it in your head, but you don't have the actual artistic ability to make that a reality. I've been feeling like that recently, which is frustrating. It is definitely frustrating, you know. But that's okay. I've done what I can, and I'll continue to do what I can. But you know, I've had some really good ideas, and bringing them to fruition is going to be an ongoing process. So I hope you can bear with me when that happens. Oh, it's only 10 p.m. Oh, beautiful. All right. Well, I'll send you over to Aussies, but yeah, do take care, and all the best to everybody.